Okay, at first it wasn't even showing that I was live. I had to move the laptop because where I usually have it, I usually put it on top of something that my cat wanted removed so that he could get on there because he wanted to look out a window. And so anyway, so I moved the laptop for my cat. And my Nook is actually low on charge. So I will probably be plugging the Nook in. Okay, I'll just go ahead. Alright, so before I continue, at the end of part 1, Anouk was going over the coals, and then she had a bizarre vision of these figures, and they were praying something, and I think she looks over and Prince Renard is talking to somebody, like he's figured out that she got injured, and so he's saying that it's unfair for her to participate or something, and then it just ends in this really abrupt way. Okay, so chapter 18. This is part 2 now. Anouk. She's still asleep. Look, her eyelids are twitching. They've been twitching ever since the Black Forest. That's what happens when you're nearly torn apart by ancient magic. She'll be lucky if muscle spasms are the worst thing she suffers. Voices faded in and out of Anouk's ears. In her hazy state, she wasn't sure what was a dream and what was a memory. She remembered the blue of the coal baths and glass slicing at her palms. Sorry, I'm looking over at my cat. The clatter of a mirror and Renard's face, or had that been a dream too? Someone threw water on her face, and she shot up with a gasp. Blinking, wiping water out of her eyes, she tried to focus, and in a moment she was looking at 2 familiar faces. Luke! Vico! They stood at the end of the bed she was in. Vico's cane rested against the footboard, but he was standing without it, his arms crossed over his chest. There was a healthier color to his face. His dark eyes were bright and clear. Best of all, his slouchy hat was nowhere to be seen, replaced with a slick of hair gel and a trace of gold eyeliner. The goblins must have gotten to him. Vigo slapped Luke. I told you she was awake. A sudden wave of nausea hit Anouk, and she doubled over in the bed, clutching at her stomach. Luke's smile faded. Easy, Dust Bunny, you've been through a lot. The burning sensation reached Anouk's temples, but she dismissed it and tried to throw off the covers. The baths! I was burning. The whole forest was on fire. Her gaze fell on a basket of fruit on the nightstand. A bright yellow note told her to get well soon already. Next to it was a bouquet of lilies that looked more than a few days past their prime. She ran her fingers over the bed's silk duvet, confused. The bed was monstrously luxurious, not at all like her simple cot in the cottage room she shared with Petra. This bedroom was glittering with crystal lamps and golden wall sconces, mahogany furniture, and paintings of regal-looking people on regal-looking horses. It's too clean in here, too clean. She tilted her head to the side. This isn't the cottage, is it? Not even the guest quarters are this nice. You're in Paris, Luke told her. Castle Ides, Vigo added. Anouk pressed a hand to her temple. The pain wasn't going away. Her hazy daylight came from a pair of windows. She shifted to look outside. A gray city skyline, rain falling, in the distance the sloping point of the Eiffel Tower. She collapsed back against the pillows with an exhale and kneaded her hands against the forehead. This is all wrong. I should be in the Black Forest. The cold baths. Her throat seemed to close up as she remembered the agonizing sensation of being torn apart. She had no idea what had happened after that. Luke sank onto the edge of the bed, gently taking her hand between his. You fell, Anouk, into the flames. It was awful to see. You looked like you were screaming, but I couldn't hear you. I tried to run to help you, but Duke Carolinge wouldn't permit it. Petra kept yelling for you to get back up, but you didn't. You couldn't. Your robes burned off and your skin started to burn, and then he cocked his head as though he was still uncertain. Oh, battery is dead. Okay, so I'm going to I'm going to charge my nuke. Okay, he's going back to look at this. Whatever is so important on the other side of the window. Okay, there we go. And it's still charging, but I'm going to see if I can read while it's charging. You couldn't. Your robes burned off and your skin started to burn. And then he cocked his head as though he was still uncertain about what occurred next. And then Renard started whispering. At first, none of us understood what he was doing. Once the royals realized what he was summoning, it was too late to stop him. She sucked in her breath. Renard must have heard her call for help through the mirror. What did he summon? A storm, Luke continued. A black rain, strong enough to put out the flames. I worried it was too late. You were curled in a ball, looking for all the world like a charred scrap of toast. The royals were furious that he'd interrupted the baths. The rest of the acolytes weren't able to undergo the trial. They're still alive. Lise and Jolie and Sam and Carla. In the chaos, Petra and I were able to pull you off the coals and get you back inside the cottage. Duke Carolinge practically sent Renard into exile. We barely made it back to Paris before the other royals conjured up pitchforks, metaphorically speaking. He gently placed the bell in her lap. Her pulse quickened. I found this. Her hand started shaking. It was melted and misshapen. One look told her there was no green orb of light trapped in the metal leaves anymore. The magic inside must have burned away in the flames. Now it was nothing more than a useless lump of metal. She wanted to grab it and throw it across the room. It's just a piece of junk. Her pulse was thundering now. Someone had dressed her in the pajamas. With long sleeves. She shoved up the sleeves, grimaced to find bruises and burn marks. Her skin should have been as preternaturally smooth as Petra's. She shook her head fiercely. It didn't work. I'm not a witch. We have to go back, Luke. I have to try again. We can't. We're banished from the cottage. Anyway, the royals couldn't light the coals again. They won't hold any cold baths trials until next year. She felt as though she were falling. She clutched the sheets. Banished from the cottage? It was a cold, desolate place, and yet it had also been the one place where her wishes could be granted, and now she'd never set foot there again. She leaned forward so her hair curtained her face. The smell of rotting flowers turned her stomach. She glanced at the fading lilies. How long have I been here? A week. Her stomach twisted. Luke squeezed her hand. It's not all that bad. I found those books you told me about in the Duke's library. The reference plagues seem similar to what's happening in London, just like you said they would. I was able to steal the books when we left the cottage in such a hurry. I'm hopeful they'll contain some answers. Books? She stared down at her clasped hands. She felt hollowed out like a pumpkin, her insides gutted and tossed into the slop pile for goats. She was supposed to have been the most powerful creature in all of Europe right now, and instead they were telling her to be hopeful about some books? She balled up her hands and stuffed them under her thighs in disgust. I have to talk to Renard. There must be some way I can fix this. I chose the wrong crooks, but I could choose again. Choose what? She thought. She'd been so certain about the bell. The night of the firewalk, when little Beau had barked up at Saint, she'd felt struck by lightning. What had she gotten so horribly wrong? She touched her side, which didn't hurt now. Renard must have held the stab wound she'd gotten from Frederica. Renard's been working around the clock to win back the favor of the other royals, Luke continued. Ever since the cold baths didn't turn out as we hoped, he's changed his strategy. If we can't go to London to defeat the Coven through force, we can at least attempt to keep them out of the other realms. He wants to conjure a defense spell to prevent them from spreading beyond London, but for that he needs the other royals' cooperation. Their borders are intertwined. If one falls, they all fall, and after he wreaked havoc on the coal baths, more than a few are inclined never to speak to him again. She grimaced. A border spell? That will slow the Coven down, but it won't stop them. What about regaining Goblin's home city? And the royals who disappeared, and all the pretties who lived there? We can't cut off an entire city and leave it to fend for itself. Cities falling one by one, white to red, white to red. I'm not sure we have a choice, Luke said quietly. All this heavy talk seemed to unnerve Vigo, who tore open the plastic wrap of the fruit basket and thrust a banana at her. Eat something, Dust Mop, your skin and bones. The goblins packed this for you. She pushed away the banana and he frowned. At least have a grape. I don't want fruit right now. I don't want anything. She grabbed the fruit basket and chucked it onto the floor. Don't you understand? I failed. I missed something. I thought I knew myself and my connection to magic. I was so sure. But it turns out I don't know myself at all. All that time at the cottage studying spells and reading about other witches, and I still got it wrong. I had to beg Renar for help. She groaned and squeezed her eyes shut. I want to go home. Ah, yes, about the townhouse, Vigo started. Her eyes snapped open again. Vigo looked fairly sick. He turned to Luke for help, but Luke just stuffed a grape in his mouth, leaving Vigo to answer alone. Vigo grimaced. It's gone. Anouk blinked, thinking she couldn't have heard him correctly. What? Burned. Vigo clarified in a nervous rush. An awful accident just a few days after we left. You'd already gone to the Black Forest, and the goblins and I packed up and moved to Castle Ides. December and I went back for my hat. The whole building was already on fire. Pretty fire trucks were on the scene, even some news reporters. But they couldn't put it out. You can imagine my horror. I nearly choked on my own tongue. December practically had to perform the Heimlich. Anouk was speechless. The townhouse was gone? It didn't feel possible that she would never again go back to her old turret bedroom, with the playbills pasted on the walls, and her collection of found objects from the pretty world that Beau had brought her. Baby shoes, toupees. She'd never again set foot in Madame Victoria's wondrous closet of shoes, never whip out buttercream frosting in the kitchen and smack Beau with a wooden spoon when he tried to lick the bowl, never curl up in a chair in the library to read tales of the world beyond the windows. There was no going back home. There was nothing to go back to. How? Her voice was hollow. Vigo looked away, ashamed. Turns out I'm not such a good goblin babysitter after all. One of them must have left some toast on the stove. She narrowed her eyes. There's something in Vigo wasn't telling her. He'd always been a terrible liar. There was no more bread left. The pantry was bare. She turned to Luke. What do you make of all this? Luke's face was as serene as always. If she hadn't known him so well, she would have missed the ripple of suspicion in his eyes. Seems like too strange of a coincidence for Renard not to be behind it. I think he wanted you to have no home except his. Her mood turned even nastier. Well, the joke is on him. He didn't know that I'd fail in the baths and be useless, townhouse or no townhouse. Vigo and Luke didn't respond. Their silence might as well have been an accusation. Failure, disappointment. What right had she to think she could do anything grander than sweep the floors? An awful idea took hold of her. Beau, he's still at the cottage. Before the baths she had left him in the stables in the cottage basement, locked in the muddy stall with only a few ham scraps and her Faustine jacket, and that had been a week ago. She pitched forward, tossing off the covers. Shoes! I need shoes! Calm down. Luke pressed his palms gently against her shoulders, easing her back into bed. Beau is okay. Petra has him. When she and I got you out of the cold baths, she promised to get the dog and bring him there as soon as she could. Anouk's muscles relaxed slightly. Petra was a witch now. At least that was a ray of light in the darkness. If the Duke or anyone else tried to stop Petra from taking little Beau, she'd be a force to reckon with. And then Anouk's thoughts turned dark. She was supposed to be a witch too. She shouldn't have been able to free little Beau herself, even turn him human again. He should have been in bed with her. They should have been whispering dreams and plans to each other, and nibbling on the goodies in the fruit basket. I've ruined everything. Vigo and Luke were silent. Rain pelted harder at the window, icy and loud, threatening to turn to snow. The city skyline was a growling smear of gray on the horizon. "Get some rest," Luke said at last. He nudged Vigo and motioned at the door. As soon as they'd left, a deafening silence filled the room, and Anouk wanted to call them back. The bedroom was too empty without them. The luxury gave her no comfort. Her thoughts bumped around the high ceilings and echoed back to her. She palmed the melted bell angrily. She lost track of time. She had no townhouse to return to, no magic sparking at her fingertips, not even the simplest tricks and whispers. No clue what she'd gotten wrong when she'd chosen her crooks. No idea how to make it all right again. At least she could rid herself of the bell. On an impulse, she ran to the window, preparing to hurl the bell to where she'd never have to see it again, but she froze. The last thing she'd expected to see 8 stories up was a face. She nearly fell over. Jack! He was crouched on the exterior sill. He tapped one long fingernail against the pane. "Let me in, lovely?" She hesitated, then decided that things couldn't get much worse. She twisted the brass lock and opened the window. He unfolded his nimble limbs, climbed in, and took a look around the opulent decor, though his eyes glittered with curiosity. He didn't move more than a few feet from the window. He was bound to the cold. Frigid air gusted in, and she went back to the bed and tugged the blanket around her shoulders. "What on earth are you doing here?" "We snow children travel where the snow goes." "Yes, but why did you come here, and why now? It must be snowing in hundreds of other places at this exact moment." "Only Paris has you." She gave him a hard look. She wasn't in the mood for games. "Are you after more gin?" He laughed. "That's not why I'm here, though I wouldn't say no to a dram. I saw what happened at the coal baths." Of course. It had been snowing then, just a few flakes, but enough for Jack to spy on her. Her face warmed with shame, and she turned to a cabinet with glasses set out on the top. Sure enough, when she dug through it, she found a bottle of gin. She filled a tumbler and gave it to Jack. He drained the glass and wiped a finger along the rim for the last traces, and then said slyly, "Poor girl, not a pretty, not a witch, not a thing of witches, so not a thing of wings and feathers either." He popped his finger in his mouth. She stiffened. "How did you find out about that?" "The owl." She had no memories of that time when she'd been an owl. Nothing but a dim awareness of feeling hungry and frightened. The dark thing. The cold place. "As far as riddles go, it was not overly difficult to solve," Jack said. "I told you, we snow children have been around since long before beasties or pretties or witches. We've seen it all." His black eyes glistened. She rolled the melted ball in her hand. Do you know what was wrong about my crooks?" "The crooks is merely a symbol. The other girl, the one who lived, chose the crooks that connected her to her past, to her tragedy, to other witches. Lavender ash. This bell contained my own magic. How could I have found a stronger connection?" "You weren't looking in the right place." She groaned and slumped into the window seat. "Fine. Speak in riddles, but tell me this. If you've existed so long, have you heard of a time called the Noir Cur?" Jack froze, then lowered the glass in his hand. His eyes were still playful, but there was a hint of danger in them, too. "What does a beastie know of the Noir Cur?" "Just tell me what you know," she said, then jutted her chin towards his empty glass. "I'll give you the whole bottle." He leaned in, the snow blowing in at his back. His icicle locks hung in his face. "The Noir Cur. You're wrong. It wasn't a time. It was a force. Chaos itself. It's very old, perhaps the oldest thing there is from before time." from before life even. Only a small remnant of it remains, the Vitae echo. The rest of it faded away over the ages. He gave a mirthless smile. Or so the Hote would have you believe. It never faded, did it? Her voice was hushed. She thought of the books in the Duke's library that Luke had brought back. The ancient references to plagues that were happening all over again. Jack shook his head slowly. No, it was merely contained. What do you mean, contained? Where? Jack grinned devilishly. Do you wish to know badly enough to give me a kiss? She scowled. Your kisses bring death. Very well. The corners of his blue lips curled up. I solved the riddle of your origin. And so now it is your turn to solve a riddle of mine. The Noir Cur was contained in... Yes. In what? Ah, that's the riddle. He blew a breath of frost to cloud the window, and traced a symbol there, a circle containing two small lines and broken rays, like an incomplete sun. That isn't a riddle, she said. It's a picture. And a nonsense one at that. Jack grinned. The riddle is simple. Its portrayal is not. He began to fade away with the lessening snow, and she thrust her head out the window calling for him, but he didn't return. Snow children, she muttered under her breath. She still held the bell in her palm, but she no longer wanted to throw it out the window. What had Jack said? You weren't looking in the right place. She found a gold chain in a drawer, strung the empty bell on it, then fastened it around her neck, a reminder to keep looking for the right place. She jumped when a knock came at the door. That's the drawing that her snow friend drew. It was Countess Quine's green-eyed daughter, carrying a large rectangular cardboard box. It's you, Anouk said in surprise. My name is Mia. Anouk's fingers plucked uselessly at the chain around her neck. Mia, listen. What happened to Montlamar, to your mother? Mia shoved the box into her arms. It was heavier than Anouk had expected, bulky and flat, tied with a cream-colored ribbon. A package from Prince Renard, with his most sincere hopes that you're feeling better. If the girl felt any anger over her mother's murder, her face did not show it. She just drummed her black clawed fingernails against her arms. Anouk tried again. You must hate me. The girl gave a sigh that conveyed annoyance. Countess Quine wasn't my mother. She was my twin sister. Mia looked no older than 10, whereas Countess Quine had been in her 30s. Mia smiled flatly. I took herbs to age more slowly. It was always a point of vicious jealousy for her. I'm not sorry she's gone. One of these centuries, one of us would have killed the other. You just beat me to it, she shrugged. The girl's heart was even colder than her late sister's. With the tip of her small chin, Mia left, and Anouk, feeling even more light-headed, tossed the package onto the bed. Her mind whipped in dizzying circles. How could she regain her magic? What was her crux? And what of the Noir Cur? It seemed like blankness over the world, not unlike what she called the dark thing. The dark thing. The Noir Cur. Was it possible they were different terms for the same boy? Her bare toes, all 8 of them, curled anxiously against the rug. She sat on the corner of the bed, twisting a strand of hair around one finger. Her eyes fell on the package. She tugged off the ribbon distractedly, threw aside the lid, and dug through what must have been 100 layers of tissue paper. Yeah? You okay? Are you okay? That's strange. Hey! Hey! His eyes are so big. He's just looking around my room. I know. He was looking outside, but now he's just. I'm wondering. Hi! Are you watching this? Is it this? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. I think he's watching the I think he's watching this. It hangs from my ceiling fan, so it swings sometimes. I think that's what he's watching. Yeah. Hey, you wanna come here? No? You can? Yeah. You can come here. Okay, sorry. I'll go back to reading. Was it possible they were different terms for the same void? Her bare toes, all 8 of them, curled anxiously against the rug. She sat on the corner of the bed, twisting a strand of hair around one finger. Her eyes fell on the package. She tugged off the ribbon distractedly, threw aside the lid, and dug through what must have been 100 layers of tissue paper. Oh! She covered her mouth with one palm, but a small gasp escaped anyway. Merde. Chapter 19. A wedding dress. Hey. Yeah. Come here. Baby. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Aw. I don't know where he's. I can show you. Can I show you him? Let's see. Yeah. There we go. Hey. Okay. Okay. Oh, I love you. Rascal. Let me go. Wait. Hey, what is it? Oh gosh, you okay? Okay. A wedding dress. Tucked amid the layers of tissue paper was a garment made of textured silk as fine as frost on window panes. It was the same silver-gray color as the suit Renard wore when he was feeling princely. Anouk felt. Anouk pulled it out and held it up to the light. Hundreds of crystals were embedded in the bodice of a snowflake pattern. The train was just long enough to graze the floor. Soft white feathers spilled out from the bustle of the back. To a casual observer, the feather detail would look like a soft adornment. Only those who knew her past. Like Renard, would recognize the subtle pattern as wings and understand its significance. Two glass shoes were also tucked in the box, clear as crystal and molded to fit perfectly around her missing toes. Angry and a little embarrassed, she crammed the dress back into the box. Clear as crystal and molded to fit perfectly around her missing toes. Angry and a little embarrassed. Oh, wait. Sorry. She crammed the dress back into the box, fighting the sea of tissue paper. She paused before tossing in the shoes. They were lovely, but no. Into the box they went. She slammed the lid shut, picked up the box, and threw open the bedroom door. Mia was still in the hallway, pretending to admire a portrait. A snicker on her face as Anouk strode by. Anouk's cheeks burned. Rascal. Hey. I don't know what he's looking at. Hey. Oh. It's the shadow is me. It's okay. Hey, hey. He's being funny. I don't know. Anyway, Rascal. I'm talking to Rascal. Did you come here? Hey. Oh, did that scare you? It's okay. What Joe is referring to, Mario, is that my cat wanted to sit at the window, so I moved my laptop for my cat, and now he's sitting there and he's looking around my room. I think he's watching shadows. Hey. Yeah. Hi. He's so cute. Come here. Come here. Okay. Anouk's cheeks burned. Did everyone in Castle Ides know what was in the box? She stumped down the maze of hallways, muttering under her breath. She turned a corner and stopped at a dead end. A grandfather clock ticked tauntingly before her. Are you watching my foot? Is it my foot? You're watching my foot? You were watching my foot? Were you going to tap my foot? It's okay. Sweet cat. Hey. 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 Hey, come here. Come here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh gosh. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Keep forgetting. I am. A grandfather clock ticked tauntingly before her, reminding her that every hour on the hour the floor plan changed. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah? You want to come over here? You can go here. You can do it. This is a game. Okay. You're so cute. Oh, it was a piece of fur. I was like, what is this? You probably can't even see it. There's like a piece of fur. She tried a different hallway. Cricket had been the one to memorize each of the changing blueprints. Not her. Two pretty maids were sweeping the hallways, but she didn't bother to ask them for directions. Their eyes were glazed over with enchantment. They'd be no help. At last she turned a corner and found the beautiful doors of the spell library. Directly across the hall from them was the unassuming wooden door that led to Renard's room. It was slightly ajar. Struggling under the unwieldy shape of the box, she threw her shoulder against the door and burst in. A string of expletives poised on her tongue, but the room was empty. She shifted the awkward-shaped box. The sound of running water came from another interior room. She walked toward it. "Renard, where are you? You must have lost your mind if—" Oh! She was in a master bathroom. Renard was standing in front of an ornate mirror, naked from the waist up, a razor blade in one hand. Shaving cream that smelled of vanilla, citrus, and pine coated half his chin. Anouk dropped the box. The crystal shoes tumbled onto the bathroom rug. In the mirror, Renard's reflection raised an eyebrow, the razor hovering over his neck. "I take it you received my gift?" The only men she'd ever seen shirtless were Beau when he washed the car in summer, and Hunter Black when Luke was stitching up his wounds. Never a prince. Though Renard's body looked a 25-year-old's, a map of scars interlaced with faded ink spoke of centuries of life. His chest and stomach were lean and hard from the physical demands of spell work. She managed to close her mouth. She picked up the shoes and stuck them back in the box with the dress that was spilling out of it, and then shoved the whole mess at him. "What is this?" "It's a wedding dress." "I know it's a wedding dress. Of course it's a wedding dress. You've lost your mind if you think we're still getting married." He wiped his blade on a towel, then returned to shaving. "Oh? Of course. Our deal is off. There won't be a wedding. There won't be a coronation. And she cocked her head as he continued to painstakingly shave his neck. "Why don't you just whisper your chin smooth?" He gave a wry half-smile, sliding the blade over the last streak of the shaving cream, then rinsing it into the sink. "I like the feel of real things, things that take work. Tricks and whispers don't make me feel alive anymore." He dried the blade and ran the towel over his neck. "If you'll excuse me," he said, "I should get dressed." He slid past her into the bedroom, bending stiffly because of his stoned leg as he rummaged through the drawers for a fresh shirt. Anouk, speechless, gritted her teeth and stomped after him, still holding the box. "Renard, answer me." "What do you want me to say? Why on earth should our deal be off?" Her cheeks burned. In a quiet voice she said, "You know why. I haven't the faintest idea." He put on a crisp white shirt and began buttoning it up, hiding the scars and the ink. Anouk felt tears pushing at her eyes. He looked at her in alarm. "Anouk, what's the matter?" He knew. Of course he knew. And it was cruel of him to pretend not to. He'd been in the courtyard. He'd seen how she'd fallen into the cold. He had heard her beg him for help, and she hated that he'd answered. She turned away sharply, tugging the box to her chest as though it were a shield. "I chose the wrong crooks. You were there. If you hadn't summoned the storm to put out the flames, I would have died. I'd be nothing now, not even ash." And that was it, wasn't it? Now it was said. That nasty toad kept creeping and crawling around in her chest, was now croaking away for all the world to hear. "I failed." Her voice was urgent. She needed him to agree and stop pretending everything was okay. "It's over, Renard. Why can't you admit that? You and Matazola and Cricket and Luke were wrong. You might have created beasties to be powerful, but you must have messed up because I'm useless now. I lost my magic. It's gone forever, burned in the flames. I can't turn my friends back. I can't help the goblins. I can't stop the Coven of Oxford. And apparently I have no idea who I am." She was hugging the box to her chest so hard that it dug painfully into her ribs. She frowned grimly. Pain was what she deserved. Renard finished buttoning his shirt very calmly, infuriatingly calmly, as though she'd confessed to stealing a sip of his gin, not destroying the future of the near realms, and maybe even the entire world. Say something, Renard, the truth. It's over. He came to her, smelling of citrus and vanilla and pine, and she was half afraid he would brush away her tears and half afraid he wouldn't, but he only stroked a long white feather poking out of the box. The truth? You're going to look beautiful in this dress. He started fastening a cravat around his neck, and she stared at him open-mouthed, so angry that her tears dried up. He looked at himself in the mirror, combed his fingers through his hair, then went out into the hall, moving fast for a man with a leg of stone, leaving the door open behind him. She stared, and then, clutching the box, followed him. Renard, wait! He didn't slow as he adjusted his cufflinks. She had to jog to catch up with him, the box jostling in her arms. There's no point any more, don't you see? Why do you even want me? I'm not a witch, and I can't do magic at all now, not even spells to mend a button. Believe it or not everyone marries out of a cold-blooded pursuit of power. Some people actually marry for love. She gave him a hard look. We shared one kiss, and besides, Beau is my pet? Friend. I love him and he loves me. You want me only because I can move mountains for you, or at least you thought I could before I disappointed everyone. He abruptly turned into another hall. Slow down, where are you going anyway? He didn't slow down. Why the dress? Why go through with the marriage and confrontation if it's pointless, and don't say anything about love? Fine, he sighed, as if she'd ruined his game, but then flashed a sidelong look at her. Though for the record, you didn't seem to mind that kiss, but yes, there is another reason to go through with the marriage, the code of courts. Is this tied to the old laws you told me about? The not pacts. The clock on the wall chimed, and he instinctively spun and went back the way he came. He knew the changing floor plans by heart, and went down another hall. The Code of Courts was established 1,200 years ago when the royal families of the near realms warred with one another. He spoke mechanically, as though reciting ancient history. A peace alliance was formed, and it included a pledge to come to one another's defense if any other of the courts were attacked, and the Court of Isles is under attack now. The problem is, with the Coven spell keeping us out of London, I can't prove it. They were walking through the artifact hallway, the various objects from the pretty world under glass, everything from crystal scepters to humble pairs of scissors, things that had been imbued with magic to influence history. That is a problem, he continued. After the coal baths, the other royals were, shall we say, less than willing to entertain the idea of the Code of Courts. I interfered with something ancient to save your life. I broke a lot of rules, and for that they believe that the entire Parisian court should be ostracized, except— Except what? Anouk said breathlessly as they turned down another hall. The box was nearly forgotten in her arms. Sounds of clanking silverware and soft music came from a distant room. Probably the goblins, except there was no rock music. You really should change into something more festive. And are you certain you want to carry that around with you? He said, nodding toward the box. If anyone sees it now, it'll ruin your entrance on our wedding day. Forget about the dress, Renard. What happened? What are you going to say? Ah, his eyes gleamed darkly. The Parisian court was ostracized, yes, stricken from our position as head of the Haute. Not even the Crimson Queen would speak to me at first, and the Queen Violante and I have a history. He smirked, but it soon faded. But then something happened to the lunar court. Just 2 days after the disaster that was the coal baths, King Caspar's eyesight started to go. His tongue started to blacken. Prince Alexei reluctantly came to me for help, He alone believed me when I said that the coming of Oxford was dangerous and might even be behind his father's sickness, though no one knows how they're getting to him. Alexei and I have been researching long-lost traditions to invoke the Code of Courts. If the other royals won't voluntarily agree to help, we will force their hand. What does that have to do with me? The Not Pax. I told you that it's a wedding gift. More specifically, it's a request the wedding couple can make, and that the others can't refuse. Once we're married, I'm going to use the Not Pax to invoke the Code of Courts. The other royals will have no choice but to help Prince Alexei and I put up a protection spell to keep the coven from spreading beyond London. That doesn't sound like much of a solution, she said. It isn't a solution, he said gruffly. At the moment, I'm just trying to keep us alive. His hand went instinctively to the glossy mark on his neck where the border spell had nearly split him down the middle. His expression soured. The rumors coming out of London are bleak. The smoke has filled the catacombs and the subterranean tunnels. Whoever breathes it in chokes. The artifact's hallway ended in a set of double doors, but instead of opening them, he turned to a plain door in the corner that looked like a closet. It had a knob like an old man's bulbous nose. He opened the door and she stopped behind him abruptly. Hey. Rascal. Hmm? He opened the door and she stopped behind him abruptly. On the other side, as the clocks chimed a new hour, it transformed into the double-door entryway of the Castle Ides ballroom. It looked like something out of a dream, grander than anything she'd read in books about Versailles or royal palaces. There was no single crystal chandelier, but hundreds of lit crystals suspended from the ceiling like falling stars. Dancing couples in beautiful gowns swept across the floor. Anouk saw the few remaining Parisian royals, Mia, and some lesser dukes and duchesses. Prince Alexei on the Lunar Court stood alone by the fireplace, His ailing father, King Caspar, was slumped in a chair, wearing a crown of lustrous black stone. The beautiful Crimson Queen, Violante, and her two sisters were there. Goblins had taken over the balconies of the ballroom, and were drinking and eating and dancing jigs. Vico was chastising one who'd climbed on a table. Luke was there, still disguised as a royal in his baron's crest, at a table set with fine china. There were a few young men of questionable background, probably pretty brokers. One had a series of zeros and one tattooed on his neck, and he wore black gloves that ran past his elbows. He clutched a live golden hair in the crook of his elbow. Another was bedecked with exotic flowers in every buttonhole. If Mata Ventura were alive, she would have died all over again out of jealousy. The part of Anouk that remembered being a maid couldn't stop looking at the chandeliers, not a speck of dust, and the polished silver, spotless, and the dishes of perfect food that a whole fleet of cooks must have spent hours preparing. She turned to Renard in bewilderment. Goblins, pretties, royals, Vigo, Luke, what was this? This, my dear, is why you should have changed into something else. For the first time she thought to wonder why he was so meticulously groomed, with his fresh-shaved chin and cravat and cuff-links, and now she dreaded the answer. He touched the mark on his neck one final time, then took her head. This is our engagement party. Chapter 20. Before she could sputter a reaction, she saw a dark shadow flying towards her. She dropped the box and ducked, and it narrowly missed her head before sweeping out into the hallway. "Saint!" she whispered, her eyes following the falcon. Prince Renard motioned to Duke Carolinge, who was somberly eating sugared plums at a table by himself, but Luke signaled her to catch her attention, then surreptitiously pointed to a cage sitting on a chair 2 tables away. It held a small white cat that was hissing at anyone who dared come close. Not far from the table was another cage that held a muzzled wolf. "Cricket!" Anouk gasped, "and Hunter Black!" She pushed her way through the crowd. Music and laughter deafened her. Women wore gowns of gold and silk that fanned out wide, blocking her path. She bumped into a pretty servant carrying a tray of champagne. She pushed her way between the 2 princesses of the Crimson Court, only to find herself stumbling into a clear area surrounded by the crowd. In the middle of it were 2 acrobats suspended by silken ropes that hung in midair, not attached to anything. One of them gracefully slid down the rope and threw his weight backward, which made the rope arch toward Anouk. He grinned and reached out for her. She shrieked and dived back into the crowd. After a few minutes of fighting her way through dancing couples, she managed to get to the banquet table. She grabbed the cage and dragged it close. "Cricket, oh Cricket, you poor thing!" The cat inside was hunched on a velvet cushion that she trotted with her claws until it was nothing more than stuffing and threads. "I'll turn you back, I promise. I'll find a way." The cat's green eyes looked at her in disdain. Just a cat, not her friend. Though the flick of the cat's tail did remind her a little of Cricket when she was PO'd. "Can we let her out of the cage?" Anouk whispered to Luke. He was disguised as a royal, and she was careful not to look directly at him. The crowd was impatient enough with Renard's fondness for her. They'd never tolerate another beastie at their tables. He picked up his water glass, pretended to take a sip, and whispered from the side of his mouth, "We tried. She ran away and hid in the vents, and ate half the goblin's pet rats. There is a mass funeral. Better to keep her here, where at least we know where she is." Anouk stroked the cat through the bars with one finger. She glanced around the room at the partygoers. "Have you found out anything else about the Noir Cur?" "Not yet. I still have half the Duke's books to read through." She remembered her vision and that uncanny feeling that maybe the Noir Cur and the Dark Thing were one and the same, but before she could mention it, Luke said in an odd tone, "I've heard some disturbing rumors." Anouk's eyebrows rose. "What rumors?" His eyes skimmed over the room, his expression hooded. "A few days ago I was in the stairwell headed to the roof. The minaret court was ahead of me. They didn't know I was just one flight below them. They were gossiping about a traitor, someone among the royals who helped make the court of Isles disappear." Anouk tried to keep her face still. "Who?" "They didn't mention the name." He paused. "I did overhear one of them say, 'What do you expect from a boy who shares a roof with witches?'" She frowned as she considered this. It was clearly a male and clearly someone who had a close relationship with a witch. Her expression turned dark. "Vigo?" Luke shook his head. "He wouldn't. I know him better than that." "He isn't one of us," Anouk countered. Though it made her sick to think about. Vigo is many things, most of them awful, but nevertheless in the past few weeks he'd become dear to her. Luke hesitated. "It sounds like a witch's boy, but it could also be a man who enjoys the company of witches. Someone who was once betrothed to one. Someone who, even at hundreds of years old, would still be considered a boy by the older royals." She leveled a look at him. "You mean Renard?" He didn't deny it. "You have to find out," she whispered urgently. "There's a princess from the minaret court who fancies me. I've danced with her, but she hasn't let anything slip yet. I suspect I'll have more luck as your wedding celebrations continue and the wine keeps flowing." "There you are!" A black-haired princess sidled up to Luke with a grin and rested her hand on his arm. "You're drinking plain water? How positively monastic of you! Come, let me introduce you to the rest of the minaret court." Anouk pretended not to know Luke as the princess dragged him away. She turned back to her caged friends. In addition to patting the muzzle of the wolf's mouth, in addition to putting the muzzle on the wolf's mouth, someone had fastened iron chains to his feet. "Oh, Hunter Black, poor thing. I take it from those chains that you've been a handful." Vigo caught her words as he sauntered over. "Wolf or human, it's still Hunter Black. Still an irritable." He patted the top of the cage affectionately. "Renard insists on keeping him muzzled. There were some accidents." He trailed off. "But naturally he's tame with me." Vigo reached through the bars, unbuckled the muzzle, and offered the wolf a turkey leg, but the wolf snapped at his fingers. "Ow!" He clutched his thumb. "Yes, he obviously adores you," Anouk said dryly. She wondered how much Vigo knew about Hunter Black's true feelings. After the siege of Montelimar, Hunter Black had confessed to Anouk that he was in love with Vigo, and Anouk felt certain Vigo knew it, even if it had never been spoken of between them. Saint flew overhead, and her thoughts circled back to the coal baths. Her heart faltered, and she was overcome by the memory of flames and failure. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed in a chair. She touched the melted bell around her neck. What a fool! Her mood turned bleak until she felt a presence at her back and turned. Renard stood with that arrogant expression on his face. He set the box she had dropped on the table. "What's this pretty thing?" Vigo said, plucking at the silk spilling out. Anouk shoved the box away. "Nothing. Renard, change the cat and the wolf back. I can't bear to see them like this." She lowered her voice. "You said we were past games." He glanced at the caged animals with little sympathy. "Perhaps I decided to take the game more seriously after I expended every ounce of social capital I had on saving you from the flames." He motioned to the insanely elaborate party. "But you can still have Cricket. The deal was that I free her and turn her human in exchange for you marrying me." "So if I go through with this wedding, you'll hold up your end of the deal? You'll turn her back?" He nodded once. In a whisper she said, "We have to agree it'll be strictly political union. That means no romantic entanglements. No wedding night, no ripping each other's clothes off, no more stolen kisses. After we invoke the knocked pacts, we'll be free to fall in love with whoever we want outside of the marriage." "Those are rather chaste rules. Do you want a princess or don't you?" "Touché." He handed her a glass of wine. "I don't like it, but I'll agree to your terms." He poured a glass for Vigo too and then motioned with his own glass across the ballroom to the tables where Lunar and Crimson Court sat. Prince Alexei was leaning over his father, a hand on his shoulder as he coughed. Like all the royals, King Caspar must have been hundreds of years old, but unlike the others he actually looked his age. He coughed harder. Renard said, "Prince Alexei and Queen Violante are the only ones at our side, at least for the time being. The Lunar Prince and I have never gotten along, but his father's illness has put our feud on hold." Hey, hey. Oh, never mind. He's here because he doesn't know how else to help his father. And the Crimson Queen, well, as I said, we have a history. The two of them will make certain that the rest of the royals fall in line with our Nox Pax invocation." King Caspar doubled over, pushing his son away to keep him from ministering to him. His sleek black crown slid down his head. A team of acrobats took to the center of the ballroom in beautiful blue costumes that were enchanted so they changed color with every somersault and tumble, and Anouk lost sight of the lunar court. She sighed. "I suppose the show must go on, then." Renard raised his glass. "To the future princess of the Parisian court." Vigo gave Anouk a doubting look, but when she shrugged and picked up her glass, he did the same. "To me," she said. They all clinked glasses. The sound rang out like a bell, and she flinched. As soon as she pressed the glass to her lips, a commotion came from the hall. Music stopped. A dog came charging in, followed by Petra, who was wearing sunglasses and the most fabulous coat Anouk had ever seen. Charcoal black wool, with gold embroidery that caught the light and looked like live coals. Anouk wasn't entirely sure it wasn't enchanted to be actually smoldering. "Have room for a couple of late arrivals?" Little Beau ran to Anouk, and she dropped to her knees and pulled him into a hug. The smile vanished from Renard's face. He muttered something about fleas and drained his glass of wine. "Oh, I missed you, sweet fellow!" Anouk cupped the dog's face and kissed his snout. She looked up at Petra. "Thank you for watching out for him. I guess you couldn't make him human?" "Sorry, that spell is beyond my ability." Petra was already pouring herself some wine. She looked different. It wasn't just the beautiful coat. Once she'd made it through the blue flames, it had been impossible not to notice her smooth skin and her lustrous red hair, and even though she'd been naked and dusted in soot. Anouk touched the gold studs on the coat's shoulders and gave Petra a questioning look. "It's a Faustine original," Petra said. "I wondered." Anouk felt a stab of loss at the thought of her own Faustine jacket, which she'd left at the cottage. Speaking of which, Petra reached into a black leather handbag draped over one arm. Though it was a small bag, she whispered and drew out of it a silk jacket. Anouk gasped. "My jacket!" It was in Little Beau's stall. He clawed up some of the embroidery. "I can whisper it fixed for you, but personally I like the distressed effect." Anouk ran her hand down the jacket lovingly. Beau had clawed through the creature's widespread wings. Multicolored threads hung loose and dangled like fringe. She pressed her face into it, breathing deep. For a second she felt hopeful. She'd gotten her jacket back. Maybe there was some way she could regain magic, too. Petra's long lashes blinked lazily behind champagne-colored sunglasses. "You missed the witchery feast. Jolie and Sam and Carla and Lise were there. Since Renard put the coals out, we couldn't continue with the trials. I think the girls were secretly relieved. The Minaret Court and the Baron Court both wanted me in their region. You should have seen them clamor. The things they offered me: estates, cars, servants, horses." She tossed back some wine and sighed contentedly. "Naturally, I told them to go stuff themselves. My loyalty's with Paris. Montelimar is the closest thing I have to a home, so I cast a whisper, took Little Beau, and stole one of the Crimson Court's cars." "I suppose congratulations are in order," Vigo said, tossing back his black hair. "It doesn't feel like so long ago that you and I were playing chase in the lavender fields, and now look at you, so different, so—" "Not a little boy anymore?" Petra gave him a droll look. "I was going to say how powerful you look." "Sure you were. Now, are we ignoring the fact that a coven of insane witches have awoken an ancient dark magic, or are we coming up with a plan?" "Wedding first," Renard said. "Plan after." Petra raised her glass again. "So we have a few final days of revelry before we're all destroyed. Great." Her eyes fell on Anouk, and she got up and pulled her by the wrist to the privacy of the next table, where she leaned in close. "Are you okay?" Anouk squeezed her jacket and looked away. "I saw You saw what happened at the baths. You're alive, that's all that matters." She saw the melted bell around Anouk's neck and grimaced. "You really want to hold on to a failed crooks? I didn't think you were that morbid." Anouk gave a bitter laugh, clutching the bell. "If I ever get a second chance, I have to start by understanding where I went wrong before." Then she dropped her hand and peered closely at Petra. "How did you know what your crux was? What did you do differently?" Petra held out her hands and shrugged. "I haven't a clue. 10 girls who were all clever and deserving. 10 girls who all wanted it as bad as I did. You all seemed somehow complete to me. I don't know if that makes sense. Even Frederica, crazy as she was, seemed true to herself. It was like you all belonged there, at the cottage. I always felt like an imposter in a way, like I never belonged anywhere. Maybe that's what happens when you're abducted by a witch as a baby. It didn't really bother me. I accepted that feeling a long time ago. But I'd have thought one of you would have chosen the right crooks, not me." Petra pressed a quick kiss onto the top of Anouk's head. "For what it's worth, you would have made a great witch. Maybe you'll get a second chance." And then she grabbed Vigo's hands and pulled him toward the dance floor. Anouk sank back into her chair and Anouk sank back into her chair and rubbed her temples. The wine was already going to her head. She took another sip, and a few drops sloshed onto the wedding dress on the table. Oh, merde. Bernard took the chair next to her and picked up the dress, and with a gentle whisper made the stain vanish. Why must you be so infuriatingly calm about all of this? She snapped, and she wasn't talking about the dress. Mm. You heard, Petra. We're facing ruin, and you just dance and drink. He swirled the wine in his glass and looked moodily into the liquid. I've been alive 500 years, Anouk. This isn't the first time someone has shrieked about impending doom. I just realized that. It's my feet. It's the first time someone cut you in half. Her eyes fell on the glossy mark where he'd repaired himself after being cut in two. I don't buy this nonchalant act of yours. You're frightened. You've just never learned how to look afraid. He flinched. He set down the glass and took her hands in his. For once the arrogance was gone from his face and his blue eyes searched hers. Very well, you want me to tell that for the first time I'm uncertain about the future? I am, but I'm certain about you. He kissed her knuckles. She bristled at the intimate gesture, then relaxed. Maybe they were in this together. Maybe his centuries of experience did count for something. He let go of her hands, but on impulse she grabbed his hands and pulled him even closer. He looked surprised. She whispered, Renard, turn them back, please. His hands tightened in hers. His features were just as tense. You'll get cricket in a few days after the wedding. What about Hunter Black and Beau? Forget the deal. It was just a game like you said. I failed the bats. That doesn't mean Hunter Black should be doomed to a lifetime of being muzzled. And Beau is always supposed to stay human, not me. Beau, he said slowly, is in love with you, and I am marrying you. Only a fool would bring him back. At a minimum, he'd stop the wedding. He'd probably try to poison me. She couldn't argue with that. But Renard had been grumbling with the reluctance of someone who hated to concede but knew he was going to. He filled her glass with champagne. You're impossible. Drink this. She looked at him in surprise. Why? Because I'm going to turn Hunter Black back for you purely out of the goodness of my heart, and the least you can do is make a toast to my honor. A smile crept onto her face. It felt good to smile again. She clinked her glass against his. Need to check. Need to check how much battery power there is now since it's been charging. Oh, that's nice. Battery level is 38. 38%. Now it's 39. Yes. Okay. So they're about 50 pages to the end of part 2. And we've read about 20. A little over 20. We read 27 pages, so it's about Chapter 21. Anouk's kiss left a drop of champagne on Renard's cheek. He wiped it away as flustered as she'd been by the kiss in the dessert pantry. He drained his own glass and then stood, snatched up a fork, and tapped it loudly enough against the crystal to silence the surrounding chatter. The goblin drummer, oblivious in his headphones, still pounded away. Renard cast a quick whisper to silence his instrument. The goblin's eyes shot open in surprise when his drumsticks turned to putty. All eyes were fixed on Renard. Queen Violante gave him an unabashedly flirtatious look, and Prince Alexei listened respectfully, but most of the royals watched with stiff faces of guests who were forced to listen to something they'd rather not hear. A speech? Now? Luke whispered as he surreptitiously came to stand behind Anouk. Not a speech. Anouk shivered as she looked around at the cold stares in the ballroom, and found that more than a few seats of eyes were focused on her. She'd nearly forgotten this party was to celebrate her own engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, Renard began, royals and witches of every realm, and goblins, today, as you know, we have come together to celebrate my impending nuptials. The last time we were all gathered for a royal wedding was 80 years ago, when Prince Sorin married Princess Marietta of the Baron Court. It is my hope that this wedding will unite not only my bride and me, but all of us. There are still those of you who refuse to acknowledge the threat posed by the Coven of Oxford and what has befallen the Court of Vials, but I promise you a great danger hovers at our doorsteps. The only way we will protect our realms is if we unite our forces. The royals' faces remained eerily still. No smiles, no smirks, no frowns. Over hundreds of years, they had learned to perfectly hide their emotions, and they gave no reaction now. Standing in the center of his palace, Renard too wore a mask of indifference. He cut a striking figure in his frost-gray suit. Every person in the room hung on his every word. Though they all pretended otherwise, it was hard for Anouk not to fall under his spell too. She snatched up her champagne glass and sniffed it, feeling suddenly uneasy. Had he enchanted it? Luke leaned down and whispered, not exactly the tone I'd expect from someone planning to surrender his power once and all of this is over. Anouk whispered back, he's willing to step down. It doesn't mean the other royals will do the same without a fight. He's not a fool. Luke gave a non-committal snort. But let us not dwell on such troubles tonight, Renard continued. There are times for war and times for power, but let us put such times aside. See? Anouk whispered to Luke. Tonight we celebrate, Renard smiled. Relish the wine. Savor the cake. Enjoy the entertainment. In fact, I have a special performance planned. I am rarely one for spectacle, but this is to oblige my bride. All eyes shifted to Anouk. Queen Violante stared at her with bald curiosity, doubtlessly wondering how such a simple girl, a girl who even now had a dust streak on her cheek, had won a prince. Anouk's face warmed under the scrutiny. She clutched the bell around her neck. "You," Renard commanded to a group of butlers surrounding the wolf's cage. "Bring the wolf." The butlers, despite their enchantment, weren't quick to oblige. One of them, who had a bandaged hand, took a step away from the cage and Anouk could guess what had happened. One started to hold a trembling key to the lock, but the wolf snarled and leaped to the bars, and the butler fell back with a cry. Vigo, sulking by the balcony, gave an exasperated sigh. "Out of my way, cowards, I'll do it. He's just a pup." Stumbling slightly, he had a lot to drink. He pushed through the butlers, grabbing the key, and unlocked the cage. The wolf bared his teeth and growled, but Vigo reached in, grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, and growled back. The wolf, as surprised as everyone else, went quiet. Vigo unlatched the chains and led the wolf toward Renard. Perhaps no one else would have caught it, but Anouk saw how Renard eyed the wolf cautiously. The last time bars hadn't separated them, in the bell tower of the Chateau de Mille Fleurs, the wolf had nearly killed him. Renard touched yellow powder to his lips and whispered, "Descala animaux." A ripple of interest came from the audience as magic began to swirl around the wolf. The bonds circling his neck and his feet clattered to the floor. The muzzle disintegrated into a puff of dust. As soon as he was free, the wolf lunged at Renard. But with a quick whisper, bonds of golden rope replaced his chains. Enraptured, Anouk pushed through the crowd. She had seen her friends turned animals, and it had been the worst experience of her life. This felt topsy-turvy, like history reversing itself. The magic in the air tasted sweet and tart like ginger snaps. Descala animaux. A sheen of sweat broke out on Renard's forehead. To turn a man into an animal was a simple thing, but the reverse was no easy feat. Even Renard, who had written the beastly spell, struggled to control the chaotic ribbons of magic that swirled around the wolf. A hush fell over everyone except King Caspar of the Lunar Court, whose cough became more violent by the minute. "Fisca ac forma humanae." With a dramatic flick of his wrist, Prince Renard summoned a flash of light so bright that at least one goblin shrieked. Plates and glasses shattered around the room, table by table, like miniature dynamite blasts. The windows shook in their frames. The pretty broker with the long gloves and the pet hair jumped backwards and smacked into an hourglass perched on the mantel behind Anouk. It tottered and he reached for it, but couldn't catch it in time. It fell and shattered into a mess of broken glass, sand going everywhere. The hair leaped out of his arms. Anouk jumped too, pressing a hand to her heart, dodging the mess. "Sorry about that." The broker hastily swept up the sand into a napkin. "I owe you a favor for nearly slicing you apart. I'm St. John, hacker extraordinaire and rabbit enthusiast." "Forget it," she said. He carried the spilled sand toward the door, but tripped and dropped it all over the lunar cart's table, and then turned the other way and spilled it on Mia's hair. He started apologizing profusely to them, too. When Anouk looked back to the center of the room, the wolf was changing. His thick fur was falling off in clumps. Pale skin and taut muscles and a smear of charcoal hair replaced it. And then two smoldering eyes appeared. Human eyes, eyes she knew, and Hunter Black shed the rest of the fur like he was shrugging out of a coat. His pelt fell to the floor. He stood upright, on 2 feet, entirely human, also entirely naked. A few gasps came from the crowd, along with more than one appreciative whisper from a woman in the room, and perhaps from a few men. Hunter Black did cut quite the figure. His eyes were unfocused. He fell to his knees again. Luke grabbed a nearby tablecloth and draped it around Hunter Black's shoulders. The motion made Hunter Black blink hard a few times, and then shake his head as though waking from a drugged slumber. He looked at his bare knees and roared, "What the devil?" The crowd erupted in cheers. "What a performance!" Queen Violante stood, clapping uproariously. Her sisters followed suit, though not quite as enthusiastically. "Magnifique!" cried a princess from the minaret court. "I thought it was only a rumor," said the hacker St. John, who'd come back from the lunar court's table and had managed to catch his pet harrigan. Renard ignored the crowd. He held himself wearily, especially the leg that had turned to stone, as though the magic had exhausted every bone in his body. He searched the crowd until his eyes fell on Anouk. She rested her fingers on the table to steady herself. What had she just witnessed? A miracle. The opposite of the cruel magic that had reduced her friends into the things with tails. Renard's spell had taken an animal and evolved it into something that could rationalize, feel complex emotions, dance a jig, bang a drum, kiss. A grin stretched across her face, and she felt like that dreamy, hopeful girl she'd once been. This was the kind of magic she wanted, the kind she'd been so close to winning. And maybe it was what or maybe it was what Renard wanted, too. Maybe everything he'd said wasn't so far-fetched. Her head fizzed like the champagne cocktails that butlers were now serving on golden trays throughout the ballroom. Could she possibly get magic back? "Hunter Black, move aside, you devils, let me near him." Vigo shoved through the crowd, then fell to his knees beside the assassin. He rested a hand on Hunter Black's back. Sweat dripped from Hunter Black's hair and soaked into the tablecloth over his shoulders. "Someone get this man a coat for the love of and a comb." When no one listened to him, Vigo grumbled under his breath and helped Hunter Black to his feet. Anouk set down her glass, intending to go help them, but then someone screamed. She spun toward the sound. It came from the direction of the lunar court's table, but the throngs of attendees, she couldn't see what was happening. One of the minaret court women, seated at the next table, cried out and stumbled back against her chair, sending china crashing to the floor. Anouk stood on tiptoe, but still couldn't see what had happened. Hunter Black, ever the warrior, stumbled toward the nearest table and grabbed a knife from among the silverware, but his eyes were still glassy, and Vigo thrust himself in front of his friend, brandishing his cane. Petra shrugged off her frosting coat and climbed into a chair. She pulled out a flask that, by its anise and sooty smells, held a powerful potion and threw back a swig. She wiped her lips with the back of her hand. Her body was tense, ready to battle. Anouk pushed forward, nearly getting trampled by the goblin musicians who were dragging their drum kits and guitars toward the door. At last she reached the front of the crowd. It was King Caspar. Only moments ago, during Renard's performance, his hacking cough had been impossible to ignore. He was a hunched old man, whom she'd barely have noticed if it hadn't been for Prince Alexei's concern. Now the king's normally curved back was ramrod straight, grotesquely so, as though someone had thrust a metal pole through his spine. He must have stood over 7 feet tall, towering over even the tallest party-goers. His head was tilted toward the ceiling, as though he'd been suspended on invisible wires from his eyes. His crown slid backward, and his arms contorted behind his back. Anouk's stomach turned. Bodies weren't meant to move like that. All the Baron Court delegates fled, clearing her view completely, and she gasped. The king wasn't naturally that tall. He was floating about a foot off the floor. Thin ribbons of satiny black smoke curled from his mouth and ears. She clapped a hand over her mouth. Black tears, just like the ones from her vision, were pouring down his face. Okay, that's strange. Um, I just lost my place. So, we were on. Let's see. Okay, so chapter 22. Eh, So now there would be 40 pages left of part 2. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Chapter 22. He's possessed. The man who spoke was Baron Winter, a Court of the Woods delegate. He was one of the few royals who hadn't fled the edges of the room. It's witch magic, Marquesa Anna spat. Several sets of eyes turned to Petra, the only witch in attendance. The 3 Crimson Court sisters turned on her like a pack of wolves, wrestled her to the ground with violent whispers, and held her in place with spells. Tablecloths bound themselves around Petra's wrists and stopped her from reaching her flask of lavender ash. "It isn't me," she cried. Before she could get out another word, the tablecloth wedged itself in her mouth as a gag. Anouk clutched at the bell, wanting to rip it from her neck. She was useless. The Lunar King's contorted body rose higher. The ribbons of smoke poured out of his mouth. Black tears rolled down his face, dripping into a puddle of tar. Suddenly she was back in the flames, having her body pulled apart, burning without burning at all, and sweat broke out on her brow. "Let her go," Renard ordered for the Crimson Court sisters, motioning to Petra. "She wouldn't do this. She's a new witch. Anyway, it takes decades to master a possession trick." "It must be her," Marquesa Anna insisted. She's commanding that smoke. There's something unnatural about it. I can feel it making my skin prickle. It's poison. The smoke twisted toward the Marquesa. As though drawn to her voice, the Marquesa recoiled. A chill ran up Anouk's back. She grabbed Renard's arm and dragged him a few feet away. He frowned when he saw how her hands were shaking. Anouk, what is it? Concern laced his voice. It's the coven. She gestured toward her puddle of black tears. I saw all of this in a vision during the coal baths. I thought it was just delusions, but the Oxford witches were there, somehow, in the flames. A group of them were summoning smoke that curled just like this. It rose so high that I couldn't see them anymore. She shivered. They were crying black tears, too. He pursed his lips. You're certain? I know I disappointed everyone before, but I'm positive they're here. Although she sounded crazy, he didn't argue. Before he could act, Prince Alexei shoved to the front of the crowd and touched silver powder from the vial around his neck to his lips. He began to whisper. Threads of magic wove themselves together into golden ropes that wound around his father's limbs and tried to pull him back to the floor. The king's head twisted unnaturally to observe him. Blankness filled his eyes. Something was looking through them, but not King Caspar. The threads of gold magic pulled the king back, but each inch was a battle. The lunar prince was straining under the pressure. Renard reached for his own powder vial, but then the king's eyes began bubbling with tar. His mouth hinged open and a blast of bright light bolted out. Prince Alexei was struck. He fell back into a chair, clutching at his chest. Words began pouring out of the king's mouth along with more ribbons of smoke. They grew from low, unintelligible vox. Previso revet morfin. What's that? Vigo grabbed her shoulder. What's he saying? I don't speak that language. Get back, Vigo, Luke snapped. Don't breathe in the smoke. The royals and goblins, who hadn't yet fled the room, all listened uneasily. Anouk translated for Vigo in a hushed voice. It's strange, he's speaking as we, not as I. Like the witches are a collective voice speaking through him. His words are broken. He's threatening an impending darkness, a deathless death. Renard lowered himself to one knee beside Prince Alexei, who still clutched his chest. Queen Violante knelt at the other side. They helped Alexei stand. You see, Renard yelled to the crowd. The Coven of Oxford is upon us. They've even found their way into our midst. There can be no more doubt about the threat they represent. His face grew serious as he looked to Alexei and Violante. We must cast them out, them and their poison smoke, a kindred spell. They nodded. The three of them began whispering in unison. Anouk had heard of kindred spells, the kind that shook two or more magic handlers working in unison, though Maravitora had always preferred to work alone. As they cast the spell, the smoke seemed to tremble and flow toward their voices. The possessed king shot out more light from his mouth, but the Crimson Queen cast a spell to cloud the light, while Renard and Alexei worked spells to cast out the few remaining dishes shatter. The Marquesa from the minaret court stepped forward and joined the kindred spell. Baron Winter joined next. The king's body began to jerk and twist in midair. The ribbons of smoke curled tightly, constricting around his body. It's working, Petra said, as she finally managed to shimmy out of her tablecloth bindings. She shoved herself to her feet and cast her own whisper into the mix. Anouk's arms hung at her sides. She had never felt so helpless. Petra fought alongside the others. Luke and Viggo were helping Hunter Black, who was still disoriented from his transformation. Even the goblins were spitting whispers to keep the witch's magic at bay, but Anouk could do nothing. She felt hollow inside. She turned her hands palms up and then curled them into fists. Her nails dug painfully into her palms. "Useless!" someone cried out behind her. She spun around. The royals had managed to surround the possessed king with a sphere of glass cobbled together from broken pieces of crystal and stemware. It trapped the bursts of light, but then a thin thread of smoke still snaked out and oozed around the room in the direction of the goblins. The king continued to cry black tears, which now pooled in the bottom of the glass sphere. Renard, Violante, and Alexei redoubled their efforts, but their brows were heavy with sweat. Violante looked on the verge of passing out. The Vitae echo prevented them from outright killing the witches or the king. The best they could hope for was to banish the witch's astral projection for the king's body, but even that was proving to be an impossible feat. Anouk let out a frustrated cry. She could kill a witch. She wasn't bound by the Vitae echo. If only she hadn't lost her magic. But was she totally helpless? A line of black smoke snaked around her, drawn to her cry, and she flinched and moved away. It came from a small hole in the glass orb. The royals had enchanted the glass shards to melt together with no gaps or cracks, but the tip of the king's little finger was caught in the glass, leaving the tiniest opening for smoke to escape. Here, at least, was something she could do that didn't take an ounce of magic. She grabbed a butter knife. In a few strides she was at the glass sphere. It took 3 slashes to sever the king's little finger. The finger fell with a gush of blood. With a flash of light the barrier was sealed, the glass sphere complete. The smoke trapped inside where it couldn't poison anyone. Renard threw a look over his shoulder and gave her a nod of gratitude. The sphere started to glow. The king began screaming, his voice as contorted as his body, and with a flash of light the glass barrier shattered. Shards of crystal rained down. Renard, closest, took the brunt of it. It carved deep gashes into his face and chest. He threw out whispers to seal his wounds, but smoke, now freed from the orb, was snaking into his body. When the last of the smoke dissipated, slithering out through the window or into Renard's cuts, all signs of the witches were gone. So was the king. Rascal is a cat. So, I don't know. Just so you can see him. Well, you can see his feet, kind of, but... Can you see him? He's now, like, asleep. But yeah, that's where my laptop usually goes. But he but he wanted to be there so he could look out the window. So that's where he is. So I had to change where I have my camera. Not camera. I had to change where I have my laptop. Yeah, that's Rascal. Chapter 23. Prince Alexei knelt by the fallen shards of glass where the king had vanished. Father! He's gone, Luke muttered under his breath. Dead. You don't come back from something like that. Sorry, I read that so wrong. Oh my gosh. It's like I forgot what just happened. let me try, let me try that chapter again. Okay, chapter 23. Prince Alexei knelt by the fallen shards of glass where the king had vanished. Father! He's gone, Luke muttered under his breath. Dead. You don't come back from something like that. I guess we know what happened. Sorry. I guess we know what happened to the Court of Isles, Big O murmured. I think that sentence kind of doesn't make sense to me because it's like, how does the king dying from poison tell them what happened to the... Okay, whatever. I'll just keep reading. Renard remained on the ground. Okay, he's now going to the window. Again. See, there's like a windowsill, and he climbs to the windowsill from that. Anyway, I'll go on. Renard remained on the ground, groaning as his body convulsed. The ballroom was in terrible shape. Shards of crystal and broken plates littered the place. Chairs had been overturned in the commotion. Tables were upended. The floor was slick with spilled champagne. You see? Queen Riolante twisted toward the other royals. There is no denying now that we are under attack. Anxious grumbles came from the few remaining royals. Alexei, eyes rimmed in angry red, pushed himself to his feet. It's true, he spat. This is the Coven of Oxford's work. This is why we must come together. Only then can we protect our borders and ensure what happened to my father doesn't happen to any of you. You mean protect your borders, a prince from the Baron Court replied. Your borders are closest to the Court of Isles. If the witches spread, they'll spread to your territories first. They'll be your problem soon enough, Soren. Violante hissed. Anouk leaned close to Luke. Did you learn anything else from the minaret court, princess? He shook his head. We were interrupted. I'll try again. I know she's frightened by this King Caspar business. She was sobbing on my shoulder. I'll see if I can take advantage of that. Anouk nodded. Find out what you can, then meet us. We need someplace safe, someplace private. There's a billiard room down the hall, Pigo offered in a whisper, overhearing them. I've never seen it used. The royals hate games. Oh, come here. Hey, you can come here. Come here. Sweet cat. Like every now and then he just comes back there and he sits there and he's just like napping and kind of like it seems like he's listening. He's so cute. The royals hate games. They find them utterly dull. Meet us there as soon as you can, Luke, Anouk said. Luke nodded and disappeared into the crowd, looking like he just another Randall's one. I'm sorry. That sentence made no sense at first. Let me try that again. Luke nodded and disappeared into the crowd, looking like just another rattled royal in velvet and silk. Anouk knelt by Renard's side. His breathing was labored, his eyes were glassy, his muscles twitched involuntarily, threatening to convulse. Anouk touched a shard of glass that was buried deep in his chest. Black blood pooled over his skin, and she hissed and pulled her hand back. If she tried to remove the glass, he might bleed to death. Petra, she whispered loudly, motioning her over. Can you help me carry Renard out of here? Are you sure it's safe to move him? I could cast a trick, enchant that table to grow wheels like a hospital stretcher. Remnants of smoke were still rising toward the ceiling. Anouk eyed them warily. She hadn't liked how the smoke seemed to respond to the sound of their voices. Save your magic until we're farther from the smoke, and keep your voice down too. Who knows how the coven got in here? We'll just carry him. I'll take his arms, you get his feet. Careful, one leg is made of stone. A few feet away, near the wreckage of the engagement cake, Vigo rested a hand on Hunter Black's shoulder, and said gallantly, And you lean on me, my friend. Hunter Black swatted away Vigo's hand with a growl. I don't need rest. Of course you don't. You're made of pea and steel. But humor me. He dragged Hunter Black's arm around his shoulder despite the assassin's protests. As Anouk prepared to stand, the Crimson Queen met her gaze. Her eyes filled with mistrust. Anouk froze. The queen squeezed the vial around her neck and took a step toward Anouk. But then one of her sisters started coughing, and the other sister screamed, afraid she was possessed, and Violante's attention was dragged back to the other royals. Now, hurry! Anouk and Petra slowly made their way through the ballroom into the hall, grunting under Renard's weight. Bigot followed closely, Hunter Black leaning on him for support. They all stopped at a massive grandfather clock that sat where the corridor forked. "Which way?" Anouk asked. "Take a left. It's almost always a left after midnight." "Here, let me go first. I told you I'd be good for something." Vigo led the way, counting the doorways as he supported Hunter Black, and then towed open a blue door that was slightly ajar. "Aha, I told you. Smell that? Cigars, whiskey, cue chalk." The curtains were drawn, casting the furniture in shadows. Petra whispered the gaslights on, and they flickered to life one at a time, illuminating twin billiard tables lined with black felt, a fireplace flanked by massive leather chairs, and a wall of shelves laden with chessboards from every corner of the globe. "There, lay him on that billiard table." Anouk nodded toward the closest one. Groaning, she and Petra hoisted him onto the felt and rolled him onto his back. His eyes were closed, but he was whispering feverish things in a language Anouk didn't know. She pulled at one of his eyelids, and her breath stilled. His irises were black, with swirling smoke. She swallowed back her panic. Fingers shaking, she focused on easing open the buttons of his shirt to reveal the worst of the cuts. He smelled of sweat and that citrus vanilla pine aftershave. It did something to her. Smelling that. She felt a tug in the pit of her stomach. She couldn't afford to lose him. She toyed with one of his buttons, uncertain whether she wanted to touch his skin. Black smoke marbleized the blood dripping down his side. She fought the urge to wipe it away with her hand. "Petra, the smoke got into his cuts." Petra leaned in to inspect the poisoned blood and then cursed. "I need a potion to draw it out." She looked helplessly around the room. "There's nothing alive in here, just chessboards and cue sticks." She grabbed a cue from the rack, sniffed it, and then recoiled. "The wood's been treated too much. What's wrong with these people? Don't they keep ingredients around the house?" Matazola stuffed acorns in every spare drawer and hung herbs from every rafter. "They keep their life essence in vials around their necks." Petra bit hard on her lip. She turned to Anouk. "We need Luke. He knows potions better than anyone. I'll find him." Anouk started for the door and then returned to the billiard table and rested her fingers gently on Renard's brow. "Stay strong, you idiot." She went into the hall and followed the dizzying maid of corridors back to the ballroom. When she found no sign of Luke, she checked the salon, then a washroom, and she eventually found him hidden in a coat closet with a blonde count from the Court of Woods. Luke was murmuring reassurances that the count would never be possessed like King Caspar. The boy's blue-tinted powder streaked Luke's cheeks. "Luke, Baron von, we need you." Anouk ignored the surprised look on the count's face as she tugged Luke out of the closet by his shirt cuff. "Hurry, please," she hissed. "If the clock changes, we'll never find our way back." He wiped the blue kisses off his cheeks with the back of his hand. He smelled of rose-water cologne. She gave him a hard look. "I thought you were interrogating a member of the Minaret court." "I interrogated her, too." "Ugh, boys, zip up your trousers and come on." They raced back to the billiard room, where Luke finished straightening his clothes, and then set about inspecting Renard's wounds. "I need something for expelling smoke," he muttered. "Petra, fetch me that arrangement of fresh hydrangeas in the hallway. And try to be quiet, everyone." The smoke looked like it was responding to vibrations from sound. While Petra went after the flowers, Luke started rifling through supplies on the bar cart. "Mint, lime, it's for cocktails, not spells. But one must do what one must do." He pulled out bundled mint and cherries and citrus rind, snatched a pawn from one of the chess sets, used it as a pestle to grind everything together, then emptied the concoction into a cocktail shaker. The sound of rattling ice jangled Anouk's nerves. She combed her fingers softly through Renard's sweat-soaked hair. Hang on, you've survived centuries. You can pull through another few hours. He coughed and the gashes wept more black-streaked blood. She ripped off a scrap of his cloak and dabbed it around the glass shards. Renard couldn't die. She needed him. She rested a hand gently on his chest, felt his heart struggling to beat beneath her palm. Luke peered into the cocktail shaker and muttered a prayer. This is either a delicious potion or a terrible martini. Here, he thrust a shaker at Petra, who sipped it hesitantly. Her eyes lit up. Delicious potion, definitely. Do I detect a trace of amaretto? Anouk smacked the empty shaker out of Petra's hand, and the room filled with the smell of mint and cherry. Petra, cast a spell. He's dying. And we're certain we need him alive? Petra! Petra rolled her eyes but set to work. She rested a hand a few inches above Renard's heart and whispered. There was a gravitas to her movements that hadn't been there before the cold baths. Renard suddenly let out a sharp cry. His eyes moved rapidly back and forth beneath closed eyelids, but he didn't wake. Petra frowned. The smoke is tangled up with some kind of dark magic I'm not familiar with. I can't expel it. But you're a witch now, Anouk said. She rubbed the back of her neck uneasily. For less than a week? Give a girl a break. I just figured out what I want my moniker to be. I don't have an obolette yet. That leather bag is on loan. Anouk tried to not let her frustration show. It wasn't Petra's fault that Renard was dying of the billiard balls. And yet, if Renard died, she'd never be able to keep her promise to the goblins, and the coven would spread. Silly little thing, said a voice at the doorway. Queen Violante strode into the billiard room with that easy grace, eyeing Renard on the table. Violante, Anouk exclaimed. The smoke! It's in his body! It's poisoning him! Can you— Of course I can, the queen gave a pensive frown. There was no arrogance there, as Anouk was used to from the royals, but also a wrinkle of concern. Renard had alluded to a history between them. Anouk could only imagine decades traveling the world together, enchanting waves to rise and fall at their beckoning. Anouk ran her finger over her lips. She still tasted the champagne Renard had served her. Move aside, the queen said emphatically. Anouk, Luke, and Petra took several steps backward. From the leather seats, Hunter Black and Vigo watched. Anouk tossed a billiard ball from one hand to the other anxiously. Violante picked up the spilled cocktail shaker and sniffed it. Who made this? Luke's hand snaked toward the ceiling. It's good, she said begrudgingly. She eyed his baron's crest and then let out a harsh laugh. For a beastie, you pass well as a royal. Was that you who absconded to the coat closet with the minaret girl? Luke thrust his thumbs through his belt loops, turning a little red. Queen Violante tipped up the glass to drain the remnants. She considered the taste, supplemented Luke's elixir with her own powder, then began to whisper. She sang more than spoke, the Silentian box. The billiard ball went still in Anouk's hand. She'd never heard anyone pronounce the silent tongue like that. She knew what an opera was, but had never heard one. Bo sometimes sang show tunes while he washed cars, but angelic wasn't exactly the word to describe his voice. The smoke began to work itself out of Renard. His skin rippled and his body buckled, convulsing until Anouk was afraid he'd break the table, and then he suddenly eased back with a strange sigh as ribbons of smoke curled from his ears and mouth. Queen Violante pitched her voice upward, and the smoke pulled itself tidily into the empty cocktail shaker. Then she quickly screwed on the lid, tapping it. She leaned over Renard's body and traced a long fingernail over the bridge of his nose, inspected his eyes and gums for any lingering trace of smoke. Her fingers seemed to know every dip and rise of his face. He'll live, she signaled to Luke. You, potionsmith. When he wakes, he's going to be weak. Give him fresh blood from that one. She jabbed a long fingernail in Vigo's direction. He rested a hand on his hip and snorted. Oh, sure, drain the witch's boy. But if he thought he'd get sympathy, he was wrong. Luke started digging through the bar cart for a sharp knife. Anouk pressed her hands together and stepped toward the queen. I don't know how to thank you. Violante cut her off with a sharp look, then it softened. Ah, it's you. A shame what happened at the baths. You could have been great. Could have been. 3 little words like 3 little daggers to her heart. Could have been a witch. Look at him! Oh my gosh, you have to see him. Look at that cat. Do you see that? You see him? Hey. Oh, he's asleep and then he's awake. Okay. He came back awake again. It's okay, you can sleep. He can sleep, it's okay. Could have been a witch. Could have been strong. Could have been more than a maid. Oh, you're falling asleep on that. Maybe you should come to the. This would be, I feel like, more comfortable for you, don't you think? Hmm? Come on, come here. Can I take you? Here. It's okay. How about you come here? Oh, come on. Where are you going? That's not comfortable. You want to be on the bed? Be right here. Here. You can be on my bed if you want. Okay. Isn't this nice? Hmm? Ah, you're crazy. Why? That is not comfortable. You know it. He wants to sleep on a printer. And his head kept falling off of it. He was like this, and then his head would like slip off. Rascal. okay? He's ignoring me now. Okay. He's just being silly. He gets like this though, where he's like, he doesn't like to sleep in comfortable places. Like, I don't know why he's like that. Like, if it's not some really hard surface or something, he's like, no. So he likes sleeping on that, on the printer, or he'll sleep on a hard chair, or he'll sleep like on. I don't know why. And he'll reject cat beds too. But he'll sleep on cardboard. Okay. Where were we? Her cheeks flushed with shame. She cleared her throat. Now that the other royals saw what happened, will they help us? The queen sneered. You are a hopeful thing, aren't you? No, little beastie. The attack on King Caspar has only driven a wedge, and the Baron Court have witnessed the Coven's power firsthand. They're even less inclined to risk their lives to protect other realms, but I suppose they won't have the choice. When you and our prince marry, not even the Baron Court would dare defy the Not Pax. Violante's gaze roamed over Anouk, and she mused. Perhaps you'll be good to him. Then she laughed. Better than I was. In any case, I was a monster to him. Anouk ran her hand over Renard's forehead, hoping for a sign of recovery. His skin was cold. His lips were pale. By the fireplace, Vigo tried to press a glass of water on Hunter Black, urging him to rehydrate. The assassin pushed it away. Hunter Black's cheeks burned crimson. You should have left me a wolf, Vigo. I failed you. Say nothing, my friend. Vigo set down the glass and made as if to reassure him with a touch on the knee, but his hand hesitated and fell back into his own lap instead. Hunter Black bristled. Anouk felt as though she was watching something she shouldn't. She knew that Hunter Black was in love with Vigo. Judging by the careful silence of Luke and Petra, everybody knew it, just as they also knew that Vigo wasn't attracted to boys. Vigo rested his palm on the assassin's shoulder. Our lives are intertwined. Don't you know that, Hunter Black? Where you go, I go. Hunter Black looked moodily at the lace tablecloth he was wrapped in and mumbled, Even to hell? Vigo flicked a lace edge between his fingers. Even there. Even to Liverpool? Oh, God, no. That elicited a half-smile from the assassin. Vigo tissed and plucked a few stray pieces of long grey fur off the tablecloth Hunter Black was wrapped in. You'll catch your death in this ugly thing, he twisted to face the group. A penthouse full of magic handlers and no one can conjure up the ghosts? Violante was offended by the idea that she would trouble herself with such simple magic, but Petra came over to the leather chairs. Luke's elixir still in her veins, unused on Renard. Her gaze raked over the curtains and the billiard tables, and then settled on a deck of cards with a black spade design. She gave them a quick shuffle and tossed them toward the ceiling. Quick as a flash she threw out her hands and cast a trick that froze them in midair. 52 cards hung like a lazy cloud over Hunter Black's head. Petra began to whisper in the silentium box, and the cards, one by one, exploded into fibers that wove themselves together into a dark fabric and then stitched themselves into sleeves and collars and pants. And soon black trousers, a black shirt, and a coat floated over the coffee table. When the coat caught light from the fire, an impression of spades shimmered. As a final touch, she whispered toward a paperweight of cut glass that had fallen on the floor. The paperweight floated across the room, then shattered apart and reformed into 3 smooth, clear buttons that sewed themselves onto the shirt. Hunter Black snatched the clothes out of the air and pulled them on, seeming not to be concerned that everyone got a good glimpse of his bare backside in the process. He tugged up the trousers and buttoned the coat's glass buttons. "Thanks," he growled with a nod. Anouk tugged off her socks and handed them to Hunter Black. "Here. They're torn, though," she said, "and, covered in soup. I've seen worse. I've worn worse." Anouk. She spun towards the billiard tables. Renard was lifting up his head. His eyes were rimmed in red, but his blue-gray irises were clear and fixed on her. So, 30 pages left. Of part 2. No. Chapter 24. At the raspy sound of Renard's voice, Queen Violante turned too, but Anouk climbed over an ottoman and beat the queen to the prince's side. She touched his forehead. "Renard, are you all right?" "Of course he is," Violante declared. "I cured him." He pushed himself up on one arm and his other hand. He touched his lips, his nose, his ears, then looked at his fingers, as though expecting blood. "I'm surprised to be breathing, to be honest." Anouk sat on the edge of the table. "Whatever that smoke was the coven used to possess King Caspar, it nearly got you. The king's gone, vanished just like the entire court of Isles. The other royals are nearly at war with one another, arguing over what to do next." He sat up halfway, shaking his head. "Never mind them at the moment," he coughed, his whole body trembling with the effort. He ran a shaky hand over his face. Where are the animals? The cat and the dog. His voice was hoarse. Still in the ballroom. Get them. She gave him a questioning look. Impulsively, she leaned forward and felt his forehead again, but he pushed her hand away and sat up fully, wincing with pain, and then wincing with the effort to hide it. He had to use both hands to swing his stone leg down from the table. What are you doing? You nearly died. Sit! She gently tried to push him back down. I'm fine. He was clearly not fine, but the look in his eye dared anyone to contradict him. You saved my life. Now do you want me to turn your friends back or not? She stared at him as though he were muttering in a fever dream. You said you wouldn't turn them back until our wedding night, she said. It was our deal. He coughed a mirthless laugh. A nuke, forget our deal. It was all just a stupid game, like you said. He swept a weak hand toward the collection of chessboards lining the shelves. You can't possibly be strong enough. She instantly regretted her words when he bristled. She let out a puff of air. Don't growl at me like that. It's the hardest spell there is. It would be challenging even if you were well. He thrust his hand toward Violante and beckoned for the vial around her neck, which she handed over after a long moment of reluctance. He uncorked it and poured the entire contents down his throat, then followed it with the contents of his own vial. Anouk gasped. That much powder would have taken the powdersmiths in the basement half a century to produce. Do you still doubt me? Renard's eyes practically glistened with power. Anouk felt a thrill spread from the pit of her stomach to her throat. You'll really change them both back, even Beau? Instead of answering, he eased himself to the edge of the billiard table and tested his weight on this leg of stone. She gave his chest a shove. And Beau? He winced, and she clapped her hands over her mouth, afraid she'd hurt him, but he waved off her concern. Yes, yes, Beau too. Hope surged like the sugary rush that followed the first bite of something sweet, but she swallowed it back down. The Shadow Prince did nothing for free. People would have razed entire cities for the amount of powder he just poured down his throat. Why? Her voice was hard. Just get the animals before I change my mind. It came out as a snarl. He added softer, please. She felt several sets of eyes on her. Hunter Black and Vigo by the fireplace, Luke and Petra near the cart. The only person who seemed bored by the exchange was Queen Violante, who had made herself a mimosa. Anouk wanted to press Renard further, but there was a slightly unhinged look in his eye. His offer was fragile. Push him and he might change his mind. She hurried back to the ballroom, where a fleet of maids was already mopping the floor. The royals were gone. A few goblins picked through the fallen trays for food for anything worth snacking on. She spotted Cricket's cage overturned beneath the table. She dropped to her knees and fished it out. The white cat inside yowled. Zut, sorry we left you, Cricket. She peered under the rest of the tables. Little Beau, where are you? She whistled softly, and the tablecloth over the dessert table rustled. A blonde snout poked out, followed by big brown eyes. Come on, little Beau, it's all right. You can stop hiding. The witches are gone. Anouk dusted off a piece of ham that had fallen on the floor and coaxed him out with it, and then she tied the end of the tablecloth around his collar and led him back to the billiard room, holding the cat's cage a safe distance away from him. Renard was standing, though he looked unsteady. When he saw her, he motioned to the animals. Take the cat out of the cage. Put her there, in the center of the rug. Hold her so she doesn't run away. Anouk gingerly reached into the cage and grabbed the cat by the scruff of her neck. Here, give her to me. Cats love me. Luke took her. He sat cross-legged on the rug with the cat struggling in his lap. Anouk, take the dog, Renard commanded. The dog sniffed at the magic still sparkling in the air from Renard's healed body and Hunter Black's playing card coat. Then he licked Anouk's nose. Just wait, Beau, she whispered into his floppy ear. The dog couldn't know why her hands were shaking. That this was what she'd worked so hard for. The hush over the billiard room felt sacred. As Renard began to whisper, something tugged inside Anouk. She knew the words like she knew her own name. Descala animo fisca ec forma humanae. She closed her eyes. Her lips moved silently in unison with Renard's voice. The pit of her stomach ached with longing. It should have been turning them back to human, like a rush. The shame of failure spread up her neck. She opened her eyes. The air began to swirl around the cat and the dog. White fur floated off the cat like dandelion fluff. The cat twisted and snarled in Luke's lap, green eyes flashing. Little Beau trembled beneath Anouk's hand. She muttered reassurances in his ear, stroking his back. Handfuls of blonde fur came away in her fingers, and then suddenly pale skin showed, and she jerked her hand back. The magic swirling faster, whipping her hair around her face. The cat yowled. Luke hissed. The cat clawed him. So much for cats loving him, but he didn't let go. In the next moment, with a flash of brilliant light, there was a boy on the floor and a girl in Luke's lap. Two pelts fell to the rug like fur coats sliding off hangers. Beau was crouched, his blonde hair clinging to his face, light reflecting off his naked back and thighs. Cricket's tea-brown limbs were tangled in Luke's arms as she sputtered and shrieked, scratching him with fingernails. Luke caught her wrists. "Cricket, it's me, it's Luke." Cricket was breathing so fast that Anouk was afraid she'd pass out. Her head whipped around the room, blankly taking in the unfamiliar wall of chessboards. The billiard tables. Renard. Queen Violante. Slipping her cocktail. Hunter Black and Vico. What? Cricket pressed her fingers against her temples. Anouk felt a gentle touch on her shoulder and she spun around. Beau squinted at her with dazed eyes. He rubbed the back of his neck groggily. Anouk? His voice was hoarse as though he'd been asleep for days. She threw her arms around him, knocking them both completely over. Beau! She couldn't touch him enough. His hair, his cheeks, the off-center bridge of his nose. She looked around the room, bewildered. "I'm confused." She laughed and buried her face against his shoulder. She drew in the very human smell of him, sweat and still breath and boy. "What happened?" he muttered. Petra whistled low. "How much time do you have?" Anouk pressed her palms against his cheeks and turned his head to face her. She grinned so hard it hurt. "Beau, you're back. You're really back." His eyebrows knit together as he looked at his bare limbs. On impulse, Anouk kissed him. His lips against hers were big and clumsy, and he kissed her back. She leaned against his chest, slid a hand around his side. His lips were like honey. His pulse was quick, almost too quick, but so was hers. "Dust bunny? Yes, it's really me, Beau. You're back." He touched her face. His thumb brushed her cheek, and she leaned into it, closing her eyes, waiting for him to kiss her again. Her lips parted. But the kiss never came. He pulled his hand away, and her eyes shot open in alarm. But she saw that he was grinning and holding up an accusatory finger smeared in frosting. She touched the part of her face that must have collided with an engagement party cake during a commotion. He gave a lopsided grin. "Some things never change." He popped his thumb into his mouth. "What the H is going on?" Cricket's eyes were glassy. "My head is killing me." "Welcome back." Luke released her wrists and she massaged them, scowling. But then she saw the bleeding claw marks on his arms and made a small squeak. "Did I do that?" She peered at her fingernails. "Cricket." Anouk let go of Bo, crawled over to Cricket, and swept her into a hug. She smelled like cherry pop rocks. Her hair tickled Anouk's cheeks. Luke wrapped his arms around them both, and then pulled Bo into the embrace as well. Anouk wasn't sure where she ended and they started. She only felt marvelously warm in her heart. They were together again. Well, except Hunter Black, still weak, leaned back in the armchair and scowled at their public display of affection. Anouk rolled her eyes. But even Hunter Black couldn't keep up his moody pretense for long, and his scowl, despite his best efforts, changed into a smile as Cricket and Bo both stretched out their arms and tested their fingers. "How did this happen?" Bo asked. Anouk twisted around to point to Renard, whom she'd halfway forgotten about in her excitement. Her grin vanished. He was slumped against the billiard table. His face had lost its color. Queen Violante was dabbing a silk handkerchief against his brow. Anouk shoved herself up from the rug. "Renard, are you okay?" He mumbled something that sounded like the opposite of okay. "It's a difficult spell, that one," Violante said. Even with all that powder, he was already weak. She went to the bar cart and rummaged around for something to strengthen him. Anouk fought the urge to comb back the hair falling in his eyes. "Renard," she said softly, shaking his shoulder gently. She kept her voice low, only for the two of them. "Tell me why you did this. Why were you so kind?" His blue eyes were piercing. He licked some moisture back into his lips as he rasped, "Call it a sign that we can trust each other. I don't want you to marry me because I'm holding your friends hostage. We enter into it freely or not at all. No more games, no more bargains." She gave him a slow nod. Luke handed Cricket and Bo blankets to use until they could conjure them up some clothes. "A lot has happened," Luke explained to them. "I'm afraid we haven't brought you back with good news." "That's okay." Bo caught Anouk's gaze from across the room and smiled, though his eyes flashed briefly to Renard. "We're back. That's good enough news for one lifetime." Chapter 25. The beastly spell was taxing not only for the caster, but also for Bo, Cricket, and Hunter Black. Their bodies had stretched, and so had their minds, evolving from animal to human in the blink of an eye, would have fatigued even the strongest physique. When Madhavatora had first transformed them, years ago, she'd prepared pallets for them to rest on, strengthening herbs and good hearty meals. At Castle Ides there was no shortage of places to rest and sustaining suppers, though it still took them days to fully shake off the stupor. A near constant stream of pretty servants brought them chilled water, and lavender-scented pillows, and dribs of pain-relieving elixir for their aching heads. Vigo oversaw their recovery with all the confidence of a boy who'd more or less successfully babysat a house full of goblins. Anouk, meanwhile, ate cake. Red velvet cake and raspberry cheesecake and tiramisu paired with champagnes and rosé wines and chocolate-infused merlot. She sampled roasted venison, baked camembert, mousse marinière, boules. I don't know. Renard kept her so busy rushing from one wedding preparation to the next that she barely had time to pop in and check on her friends before it was time to taste test more entrees. A fleet of pretty tailors took up an entire afternoon measuring her for a wedding wardrobe, but when December peeked in and saw the subdued fabrics they had chosen, she chased them out in disgust and rounded up the most fashionable goblins to dress Anouk instead. The hours flew by in a flurry of black bows and long feathers and jagged-edged lace. The goblins whispered the dress together, creating elaborate stitching that not even the most skilled pretty could match. They added a few inches to the heels of her glass slippers, along with a dash of enchantment, so that they could leave a glittering print behind wherever she walked. And the hairstyles! Elaborate braids plaited with magic, and updos that took the goblins' punk styles to a sophisticated polish. As soon as they had settled on a chignon shaped into a bow, Renard appeared to whisk her away to the spell library, where the jeweller waited in the hazy blue lights to measure her for a ring. There was talk of fire opals and diamonds, of palladium metals. She'd barely selected a cut before Renard paraded a stream of musicians past her, every type from jazz quartets to folk bands to punk rock, and even a singer who December whispered in her ear was all the rage in New York after winning a televised singing competition. By the time she selected flowers, her mind was spinning. Florists carried in buckets of the most beautiful flowers she'd ever seen, all of them wildly impossible colors, and pressed her hard to pick a color scheme. She finally cried out "Blush" in a panic, and then everything from flowers to dresses to cakes were delicate shades of rose, pink, red, crimson. The cake was red velvet, the flowers were pink dahlias, even her dress had pale roses woven in with the feathers. "Please tell me this is the last of it." She was seated on a throne by Renard's side, posing for a portrait by a Muscovite artist. An arrogant smile flickered over Renard's face. "Come now, you'll enjoy it. You are drooling over the cakes." Her stomach growled, betraying her. "I'm just saying that it's an awful lot of work for a sham marriage." "My dear, all marriages within the courts are shams. In the history of near realms, I don't think a single marriage has been a love match. That doesn't mean they're spared from tradition. In fact, some would argue that tradition is all the more important when the royal courts are nearly at war with one another, not to mention when the bride can't stand the groom. You do still loathe me, don't you?" His eyes dared her to contradict him. "You're fortunate that I'm good at pretending," she said noncommittally. And she was good at pretending to enjoy his company, pretending her smiles were real, pretending to savor the luxury of royal life. She'd spent her life as a maid, so what was the harm of letting others wait on her for once, of being the princess of her own fairy tale? Pretending, it turned out, wasn't difficult at all. The night before the wedding, exhausted from dancing lessons and stuffed full of vignettes, she dragged herself into the billiard room, which the other VCs had staked out as their own space, and flopped down on the long leather sofa. She gave a tired but satisfied sigh. and took the last of the vignettes out of her pocket. Music still chimed in her ears. Bo and Cricket and Hunter Black had recovered enough to spend the evening poring over the Duke's books from the cottage, judging from the small piles of moth wings on the table. Cricket had been practicing spell casting, and judging from the single marks on the carpet, Anouk wasn't sure if it had been successful. Singe marks on the carpet. Vigo sent her a wry glance over the top of his book. Nice of you to spare a moment from being pampered to come see us. We're only staying up all night trying to figure out a plan for saving the world here. Anouk was poised to shove the last of the vignette out of her mouth. She paused and guiltily wiped her hand on the sofa. Renard says I have to make it look convincing. Yeah, Beau mumbled, not taking his eyes off his book. You could have fooled me. Beau's face was still winter pale, but his glassy sheen was gone from his eyes. He was himself again, minus the memories from the past few weeks. Yesterday morning she'd brought him fresh coffee in bed and crawled beneath the covers and told him about traveling to the Black Forest and about him being locked in the stables. He'd gone moody and quiet until she'd mentioned how she'd sneaked him ham scraps, and that had mollified him. She moved to perch on the armrest of his chair and ran a hand through his messy hair, but he bristled. She stopped and turned to the stack of books instead. Have you found anything? Petra slammed a book closed. Black Tears. Anouk raised an eyebrow. You mean a reference to them? No. Real black tears. This morning while you were trouching around sniffing bridal bouquets, Quine's sister started crying black tears. Anouk's face went slack. Mia? Yes, and it gets worse. Petra went to the window, leaning on the sill. Sleet pounded against the glass. Duke Carolinge sent Saint into London this afternoon on a reconnaissance mission. I didn't think birds could get through the border spell. The spell prevents anything enchanted from crossing into London. That includes Renard's crows and the castle's messenger doves. But Saint isn't enchanted. He's a regular falcon. The Duke used pretty falconry methods to train him, not magic. Saint made it across the border and brought back a message for the contacts there. The plagues in London are getting worse. There are reports of time slips, pockets of the city getting trapped in 30-second loops. Men and women walk into a time slip and repeat the same gestures again and again until their bones wear out and they die of exhaustion. The pretties are starting to realize this is more than just atmospheric irregularities caused by pollution excess. Luke suddenly sat upright, eyes wide at the book in his lap. Look at this. Here it mentions something called the Dark Chaos, but I think that's a mistranslation. I think they mean Noir Cur. Anyway, it says it originated with the formation of the earth. It came about from natural elements, fire and water. Fire and water don't go together, Vigo said. Yes, they do, Luke said, eyes dancing. In a sense, they make smoke. Anouk raised an eyebrow. That still doesn't help us with Jack's riddle, Beau said. One of the first things Anouk had told him about once they were human again was her talk with Jack. Luke sank back in the leather chair, took off his wire-rimmed glasses, and massaged the bridge of his nose. If we want to solve this riddle, we have to first figure out what the symbol means. But there are books here on pictographs and iconography. But there's nothing that looks like what he drew. Anouk joined Petra at the window. The sleet painted the city in messy gray strokes. If only it would snow, maybe Jack would come and give her another clue. You never said what it was, Anouk said quietly. Petra raised a questioning eyebrow. What was? You said you decided what your moniker will be, but you didn't say what it was. A coy smile flickered over Petra's face. Didn't I? A grey shadow rippled through the rain and landed on in the breast of Renard in the front yard. "There's Saint," Cricket commented. "Back from London again. Maybe he's brought better news." Petra gave a gasp and sat up straight. Her eyes were wide. "That's it! The falcon!" Anouk stared blankly. "What about him?" "You asked how he got into London, and I told you about the border spell, how he's just a regular bird." "And?" Bo said. "And that means the Coven's border spell doesn't block animals. Regular, unenchanted animals." Petra's eyes gleamed darkly. "Don't you get it? Really? No one? I can get you in. Well, not you, but you know." "You know." "No," Luke said flatly. "I don't." "Animals," Petra continued with shining eyes. "The 5 of you are enchanted when you're in your human form, not in your animal form. The cat and dog and such were just plain animals. The Matavatora found around the city. If I turn you back into your original selves, you'd be just as unmagical as you were then. You could get through the border and into Britain. I can do it. The Contra Beastie spell isn't as difficult as the Beastie spell." She tapped a jagged fingernail over her lips. "Let's see. A boat won't take wolves or owls, and neither will an airplane. Ah, there's a service tunnel that runs alongside the channel, but the tunnel that runs beneath the English Channel, it's only ever used in emergencies." Whoa. I have to check what that was. Hey, sweet boy. Let me check. Was It's weird, I don't even see anything. Do you know what fell? Hmm? Do you know what fell down? That's my book for. Okay, I think what fell down was that, right here. This is probably what fell down. Am I correct? Yes. You probably wouldn't have meant to do that, would you? Right? I can just move it now. You're my good boy. You should go there. It'll be more comfortable for you. You don't have to sleep on a printer. He actually knocked this off the shelf. This cat figurine thing, so I'm going to put it on the shelf over here. There we go. Now it's safe. Okay. Okay, where were we? It's only ever used in emergencies. You can travel through it into Britain and hop a commuter train the rest of the way to London. The room was quiet, but Petra was so electrified that she didn't seem to notice. One problem, Vigo pointed out, cats and wolves and owls are predators. If they aren't in cages, what's to stop Cricket from eating Luke? Petra's face fell momentarily, but then a grin spread across her face. You'll stop her, Vigo. You're just a plain, boring pretty, which means you can cross into Britain too. You'll lead the animals through the tunnel and make sure no one eats anyone else. Vigo glowered. I wouldn't say boring. Anouk turned away from the gleam in Petra's eyes. Petra was so proud of herself for the plan, and it was a decent one. But Petra thought changing from human to animal was like changing into a new set of clothes. She never experienced the cold place, the dark thing. Petra had always been human, so she'd taken for granted her ability to reason, to laugh, to feel, and to cry. The other beasties were silent too. Then Luke shifted and said patiently, You don't know what you're asking, Petra. Petra's face scrunched up. This will work. Maybe. Luke pressed his hands together. But it's no small thing giving up our humanity. After everything we've fought for, the idea of returning to our origins, even temporarily, feels like defeat. Petra's lowered her eyelids slightly. She was beginning to understand, but she still frowned. She spun on Anouk. I get it, I do, but there's no other way. What are we supposed to trust in Renard's plan? Even if he manages to get the royals to cooperate, which is a big if, they'll only be slowing the coven down. That isn't a solution, it's a band-aid. When Anouk just chewed on her lip, unsure what to say, Petra turned to Cricket. Come on, Cricket, you know this makes sense. Cricket folded her arms tightly. Do I? My whole life I've daydreamed about beasties being able to cast magic. And now we can. We have libraries full of spells, people who can teach us. Yesterday I learned how to make myself invisible, but I can't do magic if I have paws. Petra groaned and turned to Beau, but he cut off whatever she'd been about to say. I've been human all of 3 days, Petra. Let me live a little. I want to race a car down the Boulevard St. Michel. I want to shop at Galeries Lafayette. I want to eat. Mon Dieu, do I ever want to eat? And he stopped short. His eyes rested on Anouk, and he looked at her in a way that didn't need words for everyone in the room to understand exactly what he wanted to do with Anouk. Petra slumped against the windowsill and threw her hands up. I'm trying to help, trying to save the world, you know. Anouk rested a hand on Petra's shoulder. Your idea's brilliant, Petra, but even if we go through with it, how would we turn back to humans once we reach London? Only a few royals are powerful enough to perform the spell, and none of them can cross into the city. Vigo certainly can't turn us back. Vigo can't do anything. Hey, he protested. I'm feeling very ganged up on at the moment. Petra was quiet. She clearly didn't have an answer, but a deep voice spoke from behind them. I might know someone who can help. Renard stood in the billiard room doorway. How long had he been listening? He wore casual loose gray pants, a white cotton t-shirt that hugged his biceps, and a crimson terrycloth robe. Anouk glanced at the grandfather clock. It was nearly dawn. Despite the pajamas, he strode in with a princely air. St. John. St. John? Oh, from the party? Black gloves, tattoos around the back of his neck, a golden hair? Renard nodded. He deals information. He was a hacker before the Court of Isles got their hands on him. Hence the tattoos of zeros and ones, binary code. He'd been dating a goblin girl who talked in her sleep. He found out about the Hote and went to Lady Imogen, begged to be let into our world. Normally, she'd have wiped his mind, but hacking skills are useful to people like us, people who can use advanced forms of technology like the internet without losing our magic. He's a pretty, so the border spell has no effect on him. He can come and go freely in London. I sent him back to the city a few days ago to do more reconnaissance. He's there now, based in Oman House in Piccadilly. But if he's a pretty, Cricket countered, he can't change us back. He can't, no, but I can. There is a way we could arrange to have you turned back. He went to the wall of chess pieces, selected one hewn from purple amethyst, and waved it enticingly in the air. Cricket groaned. He's talking in riddles again. Dear Cricket, sometimes riddles are preferable in reality. Did you know that the Hote can store magic in certain gemstones? Emeralds for beauty, amber for love, blue diamonds for transformation. With the proper tools, a skilled pretty can release spells they hold. Amethyst, he mused, toying with the chess piece, has always been one of my favorites. Give it a few days, it'll take time. Bo grumbled again about wanting to use his thumbs for a while longer. Cricket had drawn out one of her knives and was twirling it absently, a scowl on her face. It's an awful plan, Hunter Black said gruffly, breaking the silence, but it's the only one we have. Petra raised a glass to that. Anouk chewed her lip, turning back to the window. Paris was beautiful at night in the rain, like streets on glass, the lights and headlights and like streaking stars. Could she really turn back voluntarily? She'd fought so hard to keep from turning back, and there were her deeper worries. Worries she hadn't yet fixed a name to. Worries that those dark shadows might be made of the same magic as the noir cur. Anouk? Bo touched her shoulder and she jumped. Everyone was staring at her as though they'd been trying to get her attention. He searched her face. Are you okay? She tore her eyes from his and gave a shallow nod. We don't have much time, Cricket said unhappily. If Quine's sister is crying black tears, who's next? We don't know. How the Coven is reaching them, what King Caspar and Mia and the entire Court of Isles have in common. I hate the plan, but Hunter Black's right. We don't have anything better. Then it's decided, Luke asked. I'm in, but it must be unanimous. I'm in too, Cricket said glumly, but I don't like it. And I, Hunter Black nodded. No one asked me, but I'm in too, Vigo interjected. Anouk? Bo asked softly. I'm only in if you are. She hugged her arms around her chest. If we're going to do it, we do it tomorrow after the wedding and coronation, as soon as the royals swear fealty to the Noct Pax. That way, even if we fail, the royals still stand a chance of protecting the rest of Europe. Bo's face had gone dark at the mention of the wedding. Anouk placed a hand on his cheek and smoothed out his worried wrinkles with her thumb. I told you, she said quietly, it's only a marriage in name. After we stop the Coven, I don't have to be faithful to him. You and I will be together. I'm not sure your fiancé knows that, he grumbled, sliding a look at Renard. Speaking of fiancé, Renard interjected. He sauntered over and took one of Anouk's hands. If you haven't forgotten, we have a wedding to prepare for, our own. He glanced at the clock. It'll be daylight in an hour, and you're in desperate need of a bath. You can't show up at your own wedding with ink stains on your fingers and crumbs on your chin. He wiped at her mouth guiltily, then turned back to Bo. She wiped at her mouth guiltily and turned back to Bo. The wedding will be over in a day. we'll have to support of the royals, and then you and I will stuff our faces with fistfuls of that cake, okay? Bo still looked glum. Before rushing to our dark fates? Yes, before that. She placed a soft kiss on his cheek. He reluctantly smiled. The clock chimed 6. Renard tugged a Nook toward the door, calling for the servants. December and the Goblin Beauty squad swept into the room and tugged her out by wrist and skirt, scrubbing cloths over her sticky fingers. She sniffed her armpits surreptitiously. She sighed and gave in. Even if this wedding was a sham, Renard was right. A bath first wouldn't hurt. Okay, the battery level now is 88%, so I still don't think it will be at 100 before I finish reading to part 3. But yeah, that's why I'm not reading while walking around in my room, considering that I don't have my laptop up there. Like, because it's charging, I can't just be walking around my room with the Nook. My laptop isn't, it doesn't have updates that allow it to charge, so it just, like, it stopped being able to charge a long time ago. A long time ago. Chapter 26. As soon as December and the other goblins got her to the penthouse lawns, they gave her a bath, and then they began to work their magic, pulling combs through her hair, casting whispers to smooth out the tangles, then styling it into a chignon bow at her nape. They swallowed June bugs and spat out streaks to erase the odd pimple here and there, and bring a permanent blush to her cheeks. It took 4 of them to lower the wedding gown over her head, and when Anouk looked in the mirror, she was surprised to see the downy feathers covering the train that multiplied yet again. So the wing effect was exaggerated. She looked like she was about to take flight. She tapped at her reflection in the mirror, almost expecting it to move independently of her. "Stop looking so surprised," December said. "We can make the ugliest duckling look like a swan. Of course, you were a nice-looking duck to begin with, pretty even for a duck." She grabbed Anouk's arm in an attempt to change the subject. "Are you sure you don't want me to ink some tentacles on your arms?" "No thanks, really. I could use pink ink. It would fit the color scheme. This is fine as it is. Just one little tentacle?" Anouk shook her head. The goblins exchanged looks. "Boring," one of them whispered. But Anouk smiled at her reflection. She was going to be a princess, from owl to girl to princess. Not many people would claim to have achieved so much. The only person who'd risen equally high was Renard, spell scribe to prince. Now they were going to prove that those who started from humble beginnings were capable of great things, the greatest of all, turning over their power and putting it back into the hands of the people. A knock came at the door. December opened it for Beau, who had also bathed and was dressed for the occasion in a black suit. He took one look at Anouk and swallowed, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He started to loosen his tie. "Are you sure you don't want to run off together? We could go back to the Black Forest, find that castle full of candy, and grow fat together." She lifted the heavy train of the dress and wadded over to him. In a pool of feathers and silk, she placed a hand on his cheek. "First we save the world, then candy." His soft eyes practically consumed her whole. "What about a kiss? When does that come in?" She grinned. "Right now." She touched her lips to his. He smelled like fresh soap, and his skin was smooth and clean. He slid a hand around her back, crushing the feathers, and December gasped in horror and slapped his hand away. "You beast!" December cried. "No touching the dress!" His mouth curled into a grin over Anouk's. He picked her up by the waist and swung her around in a swirl of feathers out of range from December's slaps and kissed her again. She leaned into him, laughing, resting a hand on his chest. His heart was beating steadily. The smell of him was driving her wild. She ripped at his bottom lip. He captured her own and leaned her back into a dip, one hand behind her head to keep her from falling. Several goblin stylists gasped. "Not the hair!" December wailed. She smacked Beau's broad shoulders with a hairbrush. He put Anouk down and held up his hands in mock surrender. I'm going, I'm going." He gave Anouk one final look. A corner of his mouth turned up, but something about it didn't quite reach his eyes. "You won't kiss him like that, will you?" "Impossible," Anouk said honestly. December started smacking him again with the brush until he fled. The goblins frantically fixed her fallen hair and smoothed the wrinkles from her dress, and when the clock chimed noon, they opened the same door that Beau had walked out of, but the hallway beyond that had vanished with the changing of the hour. Instead, a set of frosted glass doors with a white ironwork stood before them, the entrance to the rooftop garden. Anouk twisted her hands into the folds of her dress, hoping the goblins couldn't see how they were shaking. With a grin, December threw open the doors. Anouk braced for a blast of winter air. Her shoulders and arms and décolleté were bare, but instead of a harsh chill, she felt buttery warmth. Her muscles eased as she blinked into the sunlight, summer sunlight, rich and bright. Just moments ago, snow and sheep were pounding against the windows. The rooftop garden, the last she'd seen of it, had been dreary and wet, the furniture covered with tarps, frozen puddles on the stone paths, rose bushes scraggly and bare. She tipped her head up and nearly tripped on her hem. It was still snowing. Someone, Renard probably, had cast a spell to create a dome of summertime over the rooftop garden. Beneath the spell, it was all flowers and the trills of birdsong. The rose bushes now burst with soft pink blooms the same color as her blush. She felt eyes on her. The rooftop garden was full of more royals than she'd ever seen in one place. She met the leaders of the various courts of Colbats and again her engagement party, but in the days since lesser royals had also arrived. Dukes from the Minaret court dressed in a bold vermilion, ladies in waiting from the Baron court, with their arms overflowing with cherry blossoms, knights bearing the crest of the crimson court dressed in shades of blush, courts of the woods and nobles flowing coral robes. Duke Carolinge, a reluctant-looking officiant, stood at the front of the assembly in a red suit so dark it was almost black. The goblins huddled in attendants around the edges of the garden, crammed in amid the rose bushes. They each. That's weird. Why is the page not turning? Donned a pink hat or a pink scarf, or put on a spear of pink eyeshadow. The only one not dressed in shades of red was Petra, who was wearing a black coat and champagne-colored sunglasses. No one told a witch how to dress. Renard stood beneath an archway of vines, in the center of the garden, dressed in red, a crown of gold antlers on his head. His eyes, normally such a cool blue, seemed to crackle like embers. Anouk took a step forward and promptly tripped on the hem of her dress. Careful, Cricket, standing by the doorway, moved to help her. Her hands were cool against Anouk's burning skin. Cricket was wearing her ripped jeans, but she'd put on a pink lace top for the occasion. The bouquet of roses was balanced in the crook of her arm. Cricket gave her a dry smile as she helped her stand. Try to make it down the aisle in one piece, her voice dipped low. If we must go through with this ridiculous ceremony, at least let's not make a fool of ourselves in front of the entire royal court. She shoved the bouquet into Anouk's arms. Here, this is yours. I'll hold the train. Apparently, I'm your maid of honor. Anouk blinked down at the roses. Someone had removed the thorns and wrapped the stems in lace. A wave of doubt suddenly washed over her. Cricket, I'm not sure about this. Me neither, but it's too late to get out of it now. Cricket prodded her in the backside. Hurry up so we can at least eat cake. Anouk's glass shoes wobbled on the uneven stones. On either side of her the royals observed her with cool indifference. She wondered what going through their heads. Just months ago she'd been sweeping floors. What did they think of the leader of the Parisian court marrying a maid, a beastie, not the most likely individual to button up in a feathered dress, march down the aisle, not the kind to lead a realm? She could feel their judgment beating down on her. She swallowed, swaying slightly, then gripped the rose bouquet in determination. Well, she never asked to join their reeks. She was going to save their necks, ungrateful though they were, but she was doing it to save her own. None of them were risking their lives to set foot in London and face the coven. They'd be here, in their protected penthouse palace, drinking rare wines and bemoaning the decline of the Haute. She tipped her chin up. Renard watched her with an unreadable expression as she approached and took her place beneath the arch. Duke Carolinge loomed over them, looking uncomfortable in his suit instead of his robes. He adjusted his wire-rimmed glasses. Renard leaned forward to whisper, "You have grass stains on your hem." She looked down. Pseudolores, if anyone could manage to ruin a magic-infused couture dress in 30 steps, it was her. Cricket artlessly arranged her dress around her, kicking at the lace train to make it cooperate, and then joined Beau, Hunter Black, Luke, and Vigo, who made up the motley wedding party. Beau took down his tight collar. His eyes flicked to Anouk, but he didn't seem to make himself hold her gaze. Cricket gave him a sideways hug. Duke Caroline slammed his staff against the ground and Anouk jumped. "Let's begin." Those were the only words spoken in an earthly language. He switched this Lentian box, rattling off a litany of oaths from a dusty volume he cradled in one hand. He seemed to be the only one interested in the ceremony. The other royals looked bored. One of the Minaret royals stifled a yawn. Queen Violante didn't even bother her to hide hers. Anouk, with her basic knowledge of the language, tried to follow along, but it was so dry that when he launched into the history of the Haute rites in the 12th century, her mind wandered. Was she truly doing this, marrying a prince? She thought of all the regal playbill she'd once passed her to the wall of her bedroom. Princes and princesses, daring rescues and sword fights. At the time, she'd dreamed of such things as she darned Montevitore socks in the late hours of the night, Such lives had belonged to other people, special people, not maids or gardeners or chauffeurs. Overhead, the sleet turned to snow that pitter-pattered on the dome that Bernard had conjured. She left her gaze drift over to the crowd. Vigo had moved to stand with the goblins, slapping away their mischievous hands. As they tried to steal things from the royals' pockets, Hunter Black in his suit, Luke and Beau, a trio of misfits, Cricket beside them, prettier but no less out of place. And then, without warning, Renard took her hand. She realized Duke Carolinge had stopped talking. The entire rooftop garden was silent, heavy with anticipation. "What's happening?" she whispered urgently. "This." He drew her toward him, and before she could take another breath, pressed his lips to hers. Her pulse leaped to life. She felt like she was in the sky on downy wings, snow falling on her while she watched the scene happening below. Renard's lips were soft. Beau stood just paces away. Would Renard do something crass to humiliate him? Paul her bodice, kiss her like he had in the dessert pantry. But almost as soon as his lips had touched hers, they were gone. A quick, chaste kiss. He released her hands. She blinked, not sure what to do with her hands. You promised no more stolen kisses." "That wasn't a kiss. That was a ceremony. Trust me. If I kiss you, you'll know it." She flushed and glanced at Beau to make certain he hadn't overheard. "So, is it finished? We're married?" "Not quite." He crooked a finger at Duke Carolinge, who blew his whistle to for Saint. The bird took wing from a rose bush and landed on the Duke's shoulder. In his beak he held an achingly beautiful crown, as fragile as gold dust held together with spider's silk. Renard gently placed it on her head. "Princess of the Haute," he whispered, "ruler of the Parisian court." The crown was so light that she had to reach up to make sure it was real. Duke Carolinge said a few final words in the silentium box, but her head was spinning and she couldn't hear them. She hadn't expected to feel anything. The marriage was a sham. But a maid who became a princess, it meant something. Renard took her hand once more. The rooftop garden was a sea of pink and crimson and blush. The Court of the Woods delegation approached and knelt at her feet. She barely had the sense to lift her grass-stained hem for them to kiss her toes. She almost laughed deliriously. It wasn't long ago that Madame Victoria had cut off her toes to make her a better plaything, with smaller feet to play dress-up. Now kings and queens were on their knees to kiss those toes. "Prince Anouk," the Woods Queen said, "we welcome you to the Haute. We swear our fealty to you." Renard prodded her, and she remembered what she'd been instructed to say. She fought with the billows of her skirt to kneel down and kiss her toes in return. "And I to you." One by one, the royal delegations approached, knelt, and swore fealty in exchange for her own. They all viewed her with cold glares. None of them were pleased about this marriage, all except for Prince Alexei of the Lunar Court, who was the only one to give Anouk a wink. By the time the last of the royals had sworn fealty, Anouk felt dead on her feet. She had that wobbly sensation that time had either frozen or sped up. Several goblins were glancing at their pocket watches, holding their forks, eager for the feast. "With all of you as witnesses," Renard said, clutching Anouk's hand, "it is our right to invoke the Nacht Pax, a wedding gift that you are bound to honor. Our wish is to activate the Code of Courts, which states that if any of us is under attack by an outside force, the others must come to that party's aid. Few of you are willing to admit the Court of Isles was under attack, even after you witnessed the Coven of Oxford possess King Caspar. But now each of you is bound. Tonight we will meet up in a spell library and negotiate how to protect our borders. Until this is done, none of you may leave Castle Ides." The member of the Baron Court looked daggers at Renard. Anouk worried suddenly that Renard might not know what he was doing. Forcing the others to cooperate might lead to even more enemies. I'm sorry. To even more enemies. He touched fresh champagne-colored powder to his lips and whispered a spell. The dome over the rooftop garden burst like a soap bubble. Soft snow began to fall over the garden. Thick flakes landed on her eyelashes. It dusted the roses and the royals, who didn't bother to brush the snow off her shoulders. Goosebumps sprang over her bare arms. She hugged her shoulders and looked over the crowd to catch Beau's eye. Snowflakes dusted his hair. He looked as handsome as everything else in the garden, but there was an uneasiness in his eyes that matched her own. Tension was thick in Paris. Disgruntled royal courts were Renard's problem now. They had their own problems. There would be no feast for them. No venison or red velvet cake, well, maybe a bite. No rosé wines or champagne. No first dance beneath the stars while the famous American contest winner sang a ballad. No toast to love and good fortune. The party would happen, of course. Every goblin was already hopping from one foot to another, but Anouk wouldn't be there. The snow fell harder. She'd be somewhere dark, somewhere cold, somewhere she had run from her whole life, somewhere she'd promised herself she'd never return. Beau held open an umbrella for her against the snow. He didn't need to remind her of what came next. Beastie spells, the dark thing, tunnels into an unfamiliar city, a coven they didn't know how to defeat. For now he needed only to hold the umbrella over their heads. She rested her cheek against his chest and felt the beating of his heart match her own. Chapter 27. As soon as they could, Anouk, Beau, Cricket, and the rest of their troop stole away for the rooftop garden. The sounds of their feasting were audible through the castle heights. The other royal courts might resent the knocked packs, but they were still royals, and royals never turned down an opportunity to dress well, eat well, and flaunt their cruel beauty in front of one another. This way, Cricket said, leading them through the maze of hallways. They all had a slightly giddy air, or perhaps it was a delirium. There was a point at which reality was so unbelievable that the most rational thing to do was to give in. Anouk couldn't quite believe that she was truly a princess married to Prince Bernard, let alone the two of them weren't trying to kill each other, and she couldn't believe that she'd made an absurd promise to fight the witches of Oxford when she couldn't even cast a simple whisper. She was no closer to knowing what her crux was now than she'd ever been. It was madness, but then again, what in her short life hadn't been? Cricket threw open the door to the billiard room, and they tumbled again. They tumbled in, full of manic kind of recklessness. Vigo went straight to the bar cart to make himself a drink. Luke joined them. Hunter Black paced before the empty fireplace with tight, silent steps, his fingers toying with the glass buttons on his shirt. Petra shook the snow from her hair, and with a whisper enchanted the fire in the hearth to warm her hands. Anouk pulled the crown from her head, though entangled in her hair, and she had to tug it free with a squeak. She tossed it into the coffee table. Tossed it onto the coffee table. They all stared at it. Hunter Black stopped pacing. "I never thought I'd see it," Luke said quietly, "a beastie become a royal. And here I was, proud just to have my own apartment," Cricket said. "Along with power," Hunter Black said darkly, "comes more danger." "And there it is." Beau rolled his eyes. I was waiting for Hunter Black to say something bleak. He came up behind Anouk and circled his arms around her waist. He whispered in her ear, "Don't listen to them. You did what you had to." She leaned back into him. "I'm sorry about the wedding, Beau." "I'm not." She raised her eyebrows in surprise and twisted around to face him. To see all those queens kissing your feet, I'd have paid any price for that. He ran a hand gently through her hair. She'd undone the elaborate chignon. You know, he said quietly when I turned back in the fountain alleyway on Rue de Amatz. There was a second before the memory faded when I was caught somewhere between human and animal. I can't quite describe it. It was like being in a dream, like I could sense things I couldn't when I was human, but I was still human enough to think. And you know what I thought? What? If I was cursed to spend life as an animal, at least I'd known you. She smiled so wide she thought her heart might break. Cricket started pulling out her knives and arranging them on the billiard table. Then she went around the room plucking various blunt artifacts off the walls and adding them to the pile. Vigo, drink in hand, watched her with a bemused look. How exactly are you going to carry all those weapons? He said. Tied to your tail, hidden in your fur? You're going to carry them for me. Her sharp grin bared her teeth. She checked her watch. We need to leave within the hour. The entrance to the tunnel Sous la Manche is at the Coquelles terminal. It's a 2-hour drive from Paris. We need to arrive when the tunnel shifts change over. With a few tricks, we can get past the guards. Beau looked wary until Cricket tossed him a set of keys. Perk up, Beau. Renard agreed to lend us his car for the drive. His jaw dropped. The Centurio's Roadster? With alligator interior. His hands closed around the keys and pumped his fist in the air. Anouk shook her head as she smiled. We need to make a potion for the Controversy spell, Luke said. Petra, what do you need? She rattled off a list of herbs and then she slid a look to Vigo. And blood. Vigo sighed as he rolled back his sleeve. Leave me enough so I don't pass out while I'm dragging these animals from France to England. While Luke, Petra, and Vigo worked on the potion, Anouk fought with the billows of her dress. I'm going to change out of this parachute. I'll meet you all in the lobby in 15 minutes. She gave Beau a peck on the cheek, kicked her glass slippers off, lifted her skirts to her knees, and made her way to the bedroom she'd been sharing with Beau. She wondered if, assuming they got back from London one piece, she and Beau would move into a different room. The terms of the marriage allowed her to love someone else, and they didn't forbid her to share a room with someone else either. Renard had his own apartment, a master bedroom fit for a prince, and it wasn't as though there was any space limitation in Castle Heights. Renard could take an old broom closet and enchant it into a sprawling master suite for her and Beau. She'd paint the walls a midnight blue, with stars on the ceiling, a giant bed big enough for them both to stretch out on and never reach the edges. A whole wall of windows looking out into the Parisian skyline and a balcony lined with grimacing gargoyles. She shuffled into her temporary room and fumbled with the buttons on the dress. She was relieved when she heard Beau's footsteps behind her. Would you help me with the buttons? She felt his presence at her back, along with an odd moment of hesitation. He didn't touch the buttons. She looked over her shoulder and paled when she saw Renard standing there. Oh, I just came to change. Do you still want help? Sure. She turned around and lifted her hair for him to unfasten the row of pearl buttons. Then she dragged the heavy dress behind the privacy of a dressing screen. Through the lattice work, she could barely make out his shape. She struggled to get the dress over her head. You're leaving, he said as a statement, not a question. Yes, they'd already been through this. He knew their plan. Uncertain though it was, she bent over trying to shimmy out of the dress. The others aren't waiting for me downstairs. Saint can get through the border spell, so once we've left, have Duke Caroline send him into London. If we have any messages to convey, we'll send them back through him. I don't think we'll be gone longer than a few days. By then, one way or another, this will all have come to an end. We'll either find a way to defeat the Coven, or she needn't finish the thought. Prince Alexei and I are getting the senior royals at midnight to begin drafting the protection spells. Good luck. If we fail, your spell will be all that protects the near realms. She finally managed to shed the dress and left it pooled in a puddle of feathers on the bedroom floor. She glanced in the mirror at the cringed the mess that was her hair. Through the lattice screen she saw him move to the window. His tone changed. Don't have to what? She dragged a comb through her hair. Come back? She froze with the comb in her hand. She glanced toward the dressing screen. His back was turned to her so she couldn't see his face. You and your friends are human now, he continued. You are bound to know, Master. You've gotten everything you've ever wanted. You could run away, take off in the roadster and never come back. Go to Prague, go to Timbuktu if you like. Leave us to our fates of the Coven. You owe me nothing. You made the terms of our marriage very clear. She frowned as she slid back into her old tuxedo pants and t-shirt. I saved the goblins. I gave the goblins my word that I'd help them retake London. They sacrificed everything to help us in Mount Lamar. I'm not going to walk away from my promise. She tucked in her shirt and then pulled her hair into a ponytail. Besides, beasties are the only things that can kill witches. You think the Coven will let us run off to Timbuktu? If we don't stop them, they'll come for us next. It's even me, even though I can't cast a single whisper. She slid on the fustian jacket and instantly felt better, like a lock had clicked into place. She sighed. She thrust her hands in the pockets and came around the dressing screen. Renard's gaze flicked over her. He didn't seem to mind her like this, dressed in pants instead of a gown. Why are you saying all of this? She asked softly. Because I need for it to be said. I have no hold over you anymore. None of your friends are caged or even tied up with chains. We are married, but we've agreed that it doesn't mean you must remain at my side. She leaned against the bedpost, arm folded. I'm not going to betray you, Renard. You could. We aren't friends. Like you said, we aren't enemies either. He walked toward her with a smoldering look. What exactly are we? She was lacing her Oxford shoes. She paused and looked up at him. She didn't have any kind of answer for that question, and she told him as much. For the first time in my life, he continued in a softer tone, I have something I don't want to lose. Someone I don't want to lose. I'm worried for you, Anouk. Renard, it's a sham marriage. I don't care about you because of a piece of paper tells me I must. He was close enough to her that she could smell his cologne. Anouk, you're... She made a show of rolling her eyes, but the truth was, his look was shaking her. Beautiful? Charming? She suggested. Unexpected. He reached up to untangle a knot in her hair. He was close, and his head turned, and so did hers, and before she knew it, he was kissing her. How? She again got that sense this was happening to someone else. His hands gripped her waist. His fingers dug into her sides. His lips were urgent. Her pulse flared to life. This wasn't like the kiss of the wedding. There was nothing chaste about the way his lips crushed hers now. He ran a hand up to the back of her neck, cupped her head to deepen the kiss. The other hand fumbled with her jacket for a moment, then found her hand and wove it into his own hair, as though he were silently begging her to touch him. She pushed away, took a step back, and wiped her mouth with her hand. She was breathing hard. Don't do that again, Renard. He stared at her. His hair was mussed from where he'd run her fingers through it. His lips were parted, and she thought he was going to do something stupid like try to kiss her again or even say that he loved her, but then his lips twisted into that arrogant smile. I won't. Not until you come to me. Admit that you regret the ridiculous terms you set for our marriage, and beg me to kiss you again. For all the show of superiority, he seemed wounded by her rejection. She gave a sharp laugh. You'll be waiting a long time, he shrugged carelessly. I do have eternity. She gave him a long look and then left, closing the door firmly behind her, wishing she could lock it and barricade it and push a dresser in front of it, just to keep him from saying such things again. She paused in the elevator foyer, her legs wobbly, and sank onto the bench. What a foolish thing it was for him to remind her of her freedom. What a foolish thing to do for her not to take it. Then she took a deep breath, slid on her sunglasses, and pushed the elevator button. Okay, so that's about 8 pages left of part 2, I think. Yeah, 8 pages left of part 2. Oh, sorry. Can you actually see anything? Okay, no. Good. I just. I thought I heard something. Chapter 28. The other BCs were waiting in the lobby, along with Vigo, whose pale face and bandaged arm said he'd given the blood they needed for the spell. His long dark hair was pulled into a ponytail. He shouldered a backpack that sagged heavily. Cricket must have packed it with more than ample weaponry. The 5 marble ladies, stone guardians of Castle Ides, blocked the turnstile that allowed access to the building's exit. Cricket paced in front of them, tapping them provokingly on the ears and noses, but of course none of them would move an inch until compelled to. "Good, you're here," Petra nodded approvingly at Anouk, and then they gestured to the marble ladies. "Shall I whisper them out of our way?" "This is one thing I can do," Anouk said. She made a gesture toward the marble ladies like she was shooing away a fly, and they roused themselves from their stone slumber and stepped away from the turnstile. "I'm the Princess of Castle Ides now. They have to obey me, whether I wield magic or not." "Have a nice journey, Princess," the closest marble lady said with a carved smile. Cricket snored as she passed through the turnstile. "We could have used that the last time we tried breaking into this place, Princess." Anouk paused at the front door to adjust her jacket. The embroidery under her fingernails was like a talisman, giving her strength. She shook away the thoughts crawling around in her head about Renard's kiss, Renard's confession, someone I don't want to lose. "Is the car ready?" She peered out the glass door at the snowy city streets. "December's pulling it around now," Bo said. In another moment an engine roared and headlights shone into the lobby. They pushed outside into the shelter of the porte cochere, where a spotless roadster purred with its windshield wipers going. "C'est belle," Beau sighed contentedly. He tugged on her old leather driving gloves, flexing his fingers. The car shook a little as though someone was bouncing around inside, and then the driver's side door opened and December tumbled out. Anouk wondered if she was drunk. "December, is everything okay?" she asked. "Perfect," with outstretched arms. December jerkily made her way around the car, and became apparent that her strange movements were because she was wearing roller skates. They looked ancient, worn white leather and rainbow trim. Grungy laces, scuffed wheels. She grinned uneasily. "What are those things?" Luke asked. "Roller skates." Beau looked toward the car in alarm. "You drove the car wearing those?" "Don't you get it?" December struggled to push herself from the car to one of the porte cochere columns. "I'm coming with you." She tromped awkwardly on the skates. "I'm not setting foot in London." "That's the spell, isn't it? Then no living creature imbued with magic can set foot in England. It doesn't say anything about not setting wheels in England." "That's insane," Cricket muttered. "Technically," Luke pointed out, "she's not wrong." "So I can come?" December beamed. The beasties all exchanged hesitant looks. December had saved Luke's life at the Chateau de Millefleurs with a handful of glitter, so maybe rainbow roller skates would rescue them this time. But December lost her balance and tumbled to her knees. She winced, rolling onto her bottom. Anouk said, "You're needed here is the thing. Someone has to look after the rest of the goblins. We can't just have them burning down Castle Ides like they burned down the townhouse." December, still wincing, gave her an odd look. But the clock in the church steeple across the street chimed 6, and Cricket smacked Anouk lightly. "Time to go, beasties." Anouk knelt down and helped December to her feet. Then she gave her a push toward the doors, and December wheeled her arms forward and caught herself on the door handles. The rest of them piled into the car, Beau in the driver's seat, Anouk in the front passenger seat with Cricket in her lap, and Luke, Vigo, Hunter Black, and Petra in the back. "There'd be more room," Vigo said, "if Cricket hadn't brought so many knives." "I brought toasted cheese croque monsieurs too," she said. "You took the time to pack sandwiches?" Luke asked. "Have you had British food?" Beau threw the car in gear and stomped on the gas. He roared down the narrow streets, throwing up puddles of icy slush. The windshield wipers fought against the snow. Anouk gazed at the city, leaving France altogether, even leaving the continent. She'd never traveled through that tunnel before, especially one that ran 30 kilometers beneath the English Channel. What would London be like? In Germany she'd wandered into a fairy tale land. Black forests, snow children, eternal winters. Would London be a fairy tale too? All Anouk knew of London was what she read in books and seen from the enchanted windows of the fourth floor of Castle Ides, which looked down on Piccadilly Circus. She wondered if the bakeries would rival Paris's patisseries, if there were wishing fountains down secret alleyways, if there were Saturday bird markets and poets by the river banks. "I don't suppose we'll have time for shopping," Cricket said as though reading her mind. "There's Deadman's and Fenwick and Bond Street. Harrods is better," Hunter Black muttered. Beau gave the assassin a questioning look in the rearview mirror. Luke laughed. "Let's focus on, first, getting into London. Second, hoping Shinju can turn us human with that amethyst chess piece that Bernard enchanted. Do you have it, Vigo? Good. Third, recovering from the change. And fourth, stopping a coven of evil witches who can wield technology we can't." They plunged everyone into a thoughtful silence for the remainder of the drive. Night came early in winter, and the roads between the city and the coast were cast in murky darkness. Street lights lit up orbs of falling snow, but beyond that the world was black. After some time Beau pulled off the highway at a sign for the Coquelles train terminal and followed the arrows to a nearly empty parking lot. Snow was still coming down heavily. The train station itself had a small lobby, ticket booth, and coffee shop, The station was mostly quiet. According to Cricket's timetable, they were in the lull between departures. Passengers for the next train to England wouldn't start to arrive for at least a half hour. The seven of them stared through the window shield at the train yard behind the station. "That's it?" Bo asked. Luke pulled out a guidebook he'd taken from Castle Heights. "The channel is 30 kilometers long," he read. "It'll take us most of the night to walk that far." "Longer," Petter added, "if one of you decides to go chasing another one's tail instead of following Vigo." Vigo dug around in his backpack and proudly held up a fistful of leashes. "Already thought of that." Luke eyed the leashes, then sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Just try to put one of those things on me," Cricket said to Vigo. "Isn't that... It's that, or stuffing you into one of the boxes in the truck. I don't have time to go chasing after a white cat." She sulked in the front seat. "Fine, but I can't help it if I claw you to shreds while you're trying to put it on." "Well, you'd do that as a human, too." She smirked. "Good point." "Okay, look," Petra, who had been watching the side window, pointed to the guard station. "There." "I am hearing something. I just don't know what that is I'm hearing." "Okay, look, Petra." "There. Only one guard on duty." She swallowed a sip of her elixir and began to whisper, "Latinka, Latinka." The guard put down the paperback he was reading, stood, hopped awkwardly from one foot to the other, then ran toward the terminal to what Anouk assumed was a badly needed bathroom. Petra whispered again. One by one, the floodlights shining on the train yard turned off. With another whisper, all of the CCTV security cameras slowly panned upward, filming only the night sky. Petra dusted off her hands. "I'm getting good at this witch thing." They climbed out of the car and crept from parked car to parked car, the chain-link fence surrounding the train yard. Petra whispered, and the lock fell off the gate. She held the gate open, and they dashed across the long expanse of rail and gravel until they reached the end of the rear of the station. A single light shone down on an access door. "No watch," Petra said. "I'll put out that light." She hunted through her black leather obelet for whatever life essence she intended to use. "Merde, where is it?" Her head jerked up at the sound of glass shattering. Hunter Black was no longer in their midst. In just a few seconds, the assassin had crept across the train tracks and then thrown a perfectly aimed rock At the light bulb, he was now waiting for them in the front door. Petra muttered a curse. They crossed the train tracks quickly and joined them. Okay, Petra snarled. But you can't unlock that door with a rock, can you? She went to the door and wiggled the deadbolt for proof. Then she made a big show of consuming some aspen leaves from her obolette and enchanted the deadbolt. When she twisted the knob, the door swung open. She gave Hunter Black a toothy smile. They passed through the doorway into a dimly lit cinder-block room, with nothing but a staircase and a bulletin board filled with train timetables and a pinned note telling someone named Jax to stop stealing lunches from the break room. Anouk hugged her arms to her jackets. The access rooms were dank. She didn't like the old clicking sounds and smell of standing water. Not all of Paris was glittering lights. Downstairs, Luke said. They followed him down 3 flights of service stairs and through a few more locked doors. It was loud down here. Machinery rumbled in unseen rooms. The trains overhead squealed. At last Luke opened a door marked "No Access" and they were out of the station. An enormous subterranean tunnel stretched as far as Anouk could see and then disappeared into darkness. Her footsteps echoed. The ground began to tremble. Dust rained down from the pipes overhead and she steadied herself. The trains, Luke explained, motioning to either side. This access tunnel runs between the 2 lanes from London to Paris, one from Paris to London. As soon as the train passed and the rumbling stopped, Anouk squinted down the tunnel. So that's England on the other side? She took a curious step forward and smacked into something hard. Ow! She bounced back, rubbing her head. She stared at the place she just hit. It was thin air, no different from the rest of the empty space around it. Luke approached, holding out his hand, and then he too stopped as if he'd encountered a glass wall. "The border spell," he said in a hushed voice. "That's it." He jerked his head towards Vigo. "Vigo, go over there." He pointed beyond where he and Anouk stood. Vigo took a few cautious steps forward as if he were walking over a barely bird's leg. Free to put his weight in the wrong spot, but he passed through without any obstruction. "See," Luke said. "He can cross. The spell stops us because we're magical in our human forms, but it won't stop us once." He cleared his throat. "Once we turn." His throat cast a dark shadow over the tunnel. Another train rumbled by, loud enough to drown out anything anyone would have said, and Anouk was glad for the pause. Panic was starting to crawl up her throat. Nothing about this dank utilitarian tunnel felt heroic. This didn't feel like the kind of place where magic happened. If she had had to turn back into an owl, she would have preferred to do it amid the beautiful bones of the goblins' catacombs or in some charming glen in the back forest. And that kind of dark of the tunnel, and that dark end of the tunnel, it felt impossible that England actually lay on the other side. A crazy fear came to her that there was nothing at the end, that the blackness was complete. She would willingly walk straight into the noir current which waited for her, ready to swallow her whole. "Are you ready?" Belle rested a gentle hand on her shoulder. She jumped and spun towards him. She saw herself reflected, and his eyes were frightened, bedraggled, nothing like a princess. She clutched the smells around her neck, then grabbed his hand. "Beau, I'm afraid." One of the lights flickered behind him, throwing shadows over his face. In that moment she would have given anything for them to be back at 18 Rue d'Amance, cuddled up in Madame Vittore's library with a bowl of popcorn. She hadn't been free, but life had been simple. Her stomach tightened. The townhouse was gone. Madame Vittore was dead. There was no going back. There was only one way forward, And it was through this dark tunnel. In only moments she would become an owl. Her throat was already digging through Vigo's backpacks for the vials of blood and other supplies that she needed to perform the Contra Beastie spell. A note looked at her hand clasped on Poe's. Soon as his hand would be in shaggy golden paw, hers a talon. It would have made her feel sick to think about it, if she could have thought or brought herself to think about it. She let out a cry. Bo swept her arms into his and held her tightly. Don't be afraid, and Nuke will be together. We won't know each other. You know what it's like, so dark, so cold, and everything shrouded in fog. What if we don't make it to London? Or what if St. John can't turn us back? We would be trapped like that forever, Bo. I don't care what the spell says, he said, smoothing her hair. I'd know you anywhere, Anouk. If I lived forever as a dog and you as an owl, I'd spend the rest of my life with head upturned searching the night sky for your silhouette. She buried her head in his chest. She wanted to believe him, wanted to feel that regardless of what happened, they'd recognize each other's souls. She knew it was foolish, but maybe she hadn't given up on fairy tales just yet. She clutched the bell again. Maybe she wouldn't give up on magic either. He brushed some dirt off her temple and passed a king. And sorry, she. He brushed some dust off her temple and pressed a kiss on the center of her forehead. She closed her eyes. Something hard snapped around her ankle. Her eyes shot open and kicked involuntarily at a rope Vico was trying to a plastic ring around her foot. Her toes connected with his nose. Hey, he complained. He rubbed his nose as he unrolled the rope connected to the ring around her ankle. I can't have you flying away. You'd perch up somewhere in those pipes and I'd never get you down. I'll have to use Luke as bait. She felt sick. That isn't funny. It's a little funny. None of the others looked amused either. Vigo had already tied a rope around Luke's wrist. He had a third fastened to a collar around Cricket's neck, and a fourth attached to a chain around Hunter Black's. They all stood with their hands on their hips, shooting daggers at Vigo with their eyes. Anouk moved to stand next to Petra and said quietly, If you ever are going to tell me that your mother, it might as well be now. I might be an animal forever. If it's a secret, it'll be safe with me. Petra smiled mysteriously. When, not if, you're human again. I'll tell you. Vigo held up another collar. Your turn, Bo. Anouk couldn't watch, even though she knew Vigo was only doing what they'd all agreed to. She wondered if she had any idea what it felt like to be anything other than rich and beautiful. If he knew how often she had craved every single day of his, even a day of his lavish life. Hunter Black, attached to the chain, also eyed Vigo closely, but with a different look of longing. Does he know how you feel? Anouk asked quietly. Hunter Black's dark eyes flashed at hers for a second. She was afraid he might growl at her, but then his eyelids lowered. He knows. Anouk felt her heart sink. They all knew that Vigo was attracted to girls only, but she still wished the best for Hunter Black's doomed love life. He continued, All that matters is that he knows I'd kill for him. I'd steal for him. I'd die for him. Hunter Black paused before adding, As I would for any of you. This surprised her so much that she nearly stumbled. Hunter Black, do you mean that? He slowly nodded. Before she knew what she was doing, she wrapped her arms around him and squeezed him hard. If she could, she'd spare him all the pain they were about to endure. If she could, she'd spare them all. There, Vigo interrupted them by clicking a chain to the collar around Hunter Black's neck. Now try not to kill each other, everyone, and remember I'm your friend. You don't need to bite me or scratch me or pee on me. No promises, Cricket said. Luke touched Cricket's shoulder reassuringly, and then went around to all of the beasties, pressing his forehead to each of theirs, giving each of their shoulders a good squeeze. Okay, Luke turned to Petra. Do it. The five of them joined hands, their 5 ropes connecting them all to Vigo. He pulled out the backpack and took out an umbrella with a sharp point. Clearly it wasn't meant for her aim. This is going to work, Petra said, sounding like she was going to reassure him as much as reassure herself as much as anyone else. I can do this, and Vigo has that amethyst chest piece that Bernard imbued with the beastly spell. As soon as you can, send word to Saint Human again. A spell in rumbled. What? A train rumbled by the next tunnel over. The utility lights flickered. Dust rained down again. The train's roar was deafening. Then Anouk couldn't hear the words Petra began to whisper. Suddenly it all seemed to be happening too fast. What if Petra got a word wrong? What if they'd botched the elixir? The train began to squeal. The lights flickered faster. Bo was squeezing her left hand tightly, and Cricket her right. Her vision began to swirl. She twisted to look down the far end of the tunnel, so black, nothing that was that pure black except the noir cur. She was about to scream for Petra to stop, but suddenly the squealing and the rumble of the train disappeared. The flickering lights vanished. The pressure from Bo's and Cricket's hands was gone, and the blackness had swallowed her whole. Part 3! Okay, now here I'm going to stop. Battery level is now at 97%. Okay, I'm going to stop the stream now and resume later on. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening.